Wowie zowie. Hello, everybody. It's time for another show. Are you ready? Are you? Are you? Are you? I'm ready. Today, it's gonna be vibes. It's gonna be chill. I've got like maybe one serious news topic to talk about, and otherwise, we're memeing. We're gonna go hard on the memes. Mostly just hanging out as per usual. It's a Sunday show. Dizzy gave us a $10 dono while we were offline. Thank you, Dizzy. Probably not here right now, but that's okay. They said, keep up the good work, buddy. Thank you. Already added it to the dono goal for today's stream. Look at that. Boop, 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 boop. If we get all the way up there, I will debase myself by flexing and showing off the biceps. Happy Mommy Day. It is Mommy Day. What's up, Mama? Hello. There's Max. Hello. Kitty Tick and Zypation are... It's really kind of, I guess, fortuitous, funny, amusing a little bit that they are about to become mommies tomorrow. So good luck with your new baby. All that jazz. Understandable if you're going to be not in the stream chat for a while. Listen, I'm just going to not expect to see you back until like 3 years. No. Parenthood isn't that difficult, but it's quite challenging for the first, 6 months. As I understand it, I've never done that myself. I've never brought a human being into the world, so that's pretty crazy. Yeah, what's up YouTube chat as well? Yeah, so when you guys are looking at the pre-stream stuff, that is my isopods. So basically the roly-polies, except that most of them that are in there don't roll. They're flat, and they go they skitter around. So yeah. Hello, hello, hello. Sweden celebrates Mother's Day on the last Sunday of May instead of the second one. For what reasons? We don't know. Yeah, that is... I mean, it's like I know Thanksgiving is an American holiday, but like other places celebrate something like Thanksgiving, but at a different time. Other countries have Pride at a different time. So, yeah, who the heck knows why we do stuff like Christmas obviously is the same everywhere, except that, in the UK, y'all do it for a solid month. The entire month of December, as I understand it, is basically Christmas for y'all in the UK. I'm back from my 3.5-mile walk. Half of it was with a 100-pound grocery cart. Nice. Hello, Mersh. Welcome in. So, yeah, we are... Actually, in Sweden, we celebrate Christmas on December 24th. I mean, it's Christmas Eve. Lots of people in the US, have like Christmas dinner on that night. And then maybe like Christmas gifts on the following morning. But yeah, depends on your family at that point, I think. Are you able to see the Aurora Borealis? So I know people in my general vicinity who went and saw, like, it was visible in Kansas and Missouri, but where I live particularly, like, basically the greater Kansas City area has a lot of light pollution, so I would have had to go on, like, a road trip a little bit, like, to be able to see it, and I just decided that, I'm not trying to go on, like, a half an hour drive at, like, 10 p.m. on a Friday or a Saturday, because I heard that there was also a, like, kind of secondary display yesterday. Advertisers make it seem like Christmas is 3 months. I know! I get so annoyed when I'm going to, like, I don't know, like, it's October, and I'm going to the store, and there's already a Christmas display. I'm like, listen, if you would stop doing the Christmas display 3 months early, you'd have more room to do like a bigger holiday display for Halloween. But genuinely, starting in October, and sometimes even a little bit earlier, there's a friggin' Christmas display. It's really stupid. Couldn't see the aurora because we had clouds in Virginia. That's a bummer. However, did see a beautiful rainbow at sunset yesterday. Ooh, that's nice. It was also viewable as far south as North Carolina and Alabama. Yeah. I got some alright pics. From what I understood, it was a little bit more visible over the camera than it was with the naked eye, at least sort of where I live. I have a friend who lives actually a bit further south than me who posted pictures from their phone and got some like really beautiful pink colors going on. Christmas is a colonized holiday. Makes sense that it keeps colonizing other holidays. Yep. Christmas colonized Yule, messed stuff up for us. That's the one way that I've started being less annoyed at the prevalence of Christmas decorations is, you know, accepting that, like, I mean, not really accepting, it's kind of a cheeky little thing going, ooh, well, isn't it so nice that all these people are making decorations and basically celebrating my holiday as a pagan who observes Yule. It's just my little cheeky, spiteful way of not being annoyed about it as much, I guess. I don't think that there's a problem with decorating for Christmas or other holidays. I just think, first of all, the Christian supremacy is kind of annoying. And also, part of the reason why I embrace the pagan version of stuff is because it's basically every month and a half that there's like a holiday. They have 8 Sabbats throughout the year, and that means that you have more opportunities to seasonally decorate, seasonally celebrate. And I am hoping to keep expanding that. And like, you know, each year as each holiday comes, I do a little bit more decoration, and then I have a little bit more decoration ready. And yeah, I think it's quite nice getting to swap those things out periodically. And I guess to some extent, seeing Christmas stuff during Halloween is, you could see it as like a, oh, we're mishmashing the Nightmare Before Christmas in with all this nonsense. Like, technically speaking, I guess at either Christmas or Halloween, you could have decorations of the other place ready and available. Like the other holiday ready and available. Um, yeah, Christians, you like have used the holidays as a means of like getting, like, inserting themselves culturally in to other stuff. Starting to wonder if my grandma was pagan. She would always change her decor around those times. Some people do more decorations at other times. Like, you know, at springtime, you've got stuff that you can do decorations for. And, like, I don't know, the, like, summertime, you've got some specific holiday type stuff going on then. But yeah, I think having good excuses to celebrate, like any excuse really to celebrate. Feeling tired, yeah. You know, actually last night I slept okay. By the way, we're in the vamping part of the show. For the first at least hour, we just chill and talk about whatever. So if you're here, you're ready to chill, cool, hit the like button. If you're here and you did not want to chill, hit the like button before you leave. We'll see you later. Hello, Crease. Welcome in. Yeah, any reason to eke out some happiness in the capitalist hellscape. I've never felt that a chin to chest stretch was more necessary for myself in my life. The older you get, the more like stretching needs to happen. I think I need to start stretching twice a day because I've got my like issues with my lower back and my upper back up here. It was fun seeing you on the line last Thursday. Lots of spicy calls. Ooh, yes. I had a lot of fun at the line last week. We don't always, the last couple of times that I went on the line, the Transatlantic Call-In show, there weren't very many spicy callers, which is, it's nice getting trans people calling in, asking for advice, and, chit-chatting with people who agree with us already. That's lovely. But I like the spicy calls. That's like why I'm over on the line, is because I want to get to argue with people. First time I watched the line. Yeah. So this is not like an official announcement or anything, but it is a possibility that I might be more regularly on the line, like maybe hosting the line. So it's going to be nice. I always think it's funny. Sometimes we'll have a caller come on and I feel like I'm being a kind of an asshole to that person. And then the next caller that comes on, Arden, is like, shut the fuck up. And she goes really hard. And it makes me feel like I'm a lot nicer by comparison. But people love seeing Arden get spicy, so I can understand why she does that. Yeah, it's a lot of fun over there. And my way of argumentation, my way of arguing with people, I kind of pin people down. Like that's my thing. I pin people down and I try to figure out where the inconsistencies in their arguments are. And there was the guy who called in about sports. Like I think that people who've experienced testosterone puberty shouldn't have the right to be in sports or whatever. And this conversation went on for a while until finally I was like, okay, so a girl who has PCOS when she's a teenager, she has a higher level of testosterone, like a cis girl who has a higher level of testosterone in her body. Why, like, does she have an unfair advantage? Where you're saying that trans girls have an unfair advantage because of going through testosterone puberty. So do you think that cis girls have an unfair advantage? And he was basically like, not necessarily. And I'm like, fucking why? Like, boy, howdy. I'm like, okay, so you're a hypocrite. This is a double standard. This is an inconsistency. Are you going to go check every woman to make sure she doesn't have PCOS? Like, I got spicy. I got spicy on that one. There were several times, too, during that call where I was like, maybe you should go do some more research and call back next week. Just super, I was being admittedly pretty dismissive about it. But, on this show, we try to talk positive and, like, I'm kind of moving away from hammering on the bad news all the time. Like, the caller said that it may be an advantage, but perhaps not unfair. Yeah, So we got to get the spiciness out sometimes. I don't think I'm going to be on the line every week. At least I hope not, because I don't think I can do it every week. I think that would be a little bit too much for me. I love pinning down transphobes on stuff. It's a guilty pleasure. I did it a bunch yesterday, and I'll admit I loved watching them squirm. It's easy to be confident about something if you never receive pushback. True. I need to watch that episode of Takis. I love the spicy calls, but the gender/trans 101 episodes get boring, TBH. Yeah. If you want to see me absolutely destroy someone in the marketplace of ideas, then please go watch The Line from last week, but not until we're done here, okay? You wait until 4 p.m. Central Time. But yeah, they are potentially going to add another slot for The Line, so they might do it like twice in one day. Gonna be fun. That caller got the bad cop, the line host said. Bad cop. Yeah. I do think that Arden was a little bit more chill on that call. It was fun. I had a good time. Yeah. Turning it into an actual responsibility now, though, because usually when I'm on the line, y'all, usually when I'm on the Transatlantic Call-In show, it's because Katie Montgomery canceled at the last minute. Like, typically speaking, if I'm on the line, it's because whoever was actually scheduled that week canceled. So there's a little bit of like, it would be nice if I was your guys' first choice once in a while. But yeah, having me occasionally host would, definitely makes me feel like, oh, okay, you guys do like having me on here. It's not just an afterthought. Good grief. Glad to see you surviving storm season as well. I know. It's supposed to kick up storms again this week, and I don't know. I don't know if they're supposed to be intense tornadic storms again, but we've this is more storm activity than we've seen in a long time. I remember, like 13 years ago, we had a tornado come through Kansas, and then like within the last 5 years, like a couple apartments ago, we had another one, and then yeah, this year, like having this much storm activity in this short a period of time is kind of crazy. There were tornado sirens going off last week in Columbus, Ohio. Nothing happened really, but I think more rural areas had some touchdowns. Just as a little fun thing, I we do at least a little bit of movie chat a lot of the time. If I go watch some movies, I'll come back and talk to you about them a little bit. I watched for the first time in a while the Force Awakens and then The Last Jedi last night actually. And then I started Rise of Skywalker or whatever the shit that one is called. The third one. I've only seen it once prior to this. I like the first two movies pretty well, actually. And like they're funny and like there's some cool Easter egg type things, but yeah, it does suck a little bit that there's like some stuff that gets teased in particular the second movie, the last Jedi, and then they just never get paid off, which is a little bit unfortunate. Where I live, the forecasts are super unpredictable. I mean, that happens sometimes in Kansas too. I remember at the Renaissance Festival a couple years ago, it was like predicting that it would storm really, really bad in the afternoon. And what happened, it was not predicted to storm in the morning, but it stormed really hard in the morning, and then it was completely clear all afternoon. It was quite funny. I liked The Force Awakens, the others two not so much. Yeah, I mean, I like The Last Jedi. I think that it's a really interesting direction to take the character of Luke Skywalker. Like when you have like this prodigal character who in the original was like, I guess, a little bit of a Mary Sue. And for him to like have all this legacy on his shoulders and like trying really hard to do a good job and messing up so bad that he felt the need to like go away, essentially, like to just go completely away from society and then like be a curmudgeon. I still haven't watched the sequel trilogy. Okay, fair enough. yeah, the tornadoes have been crazy. I know that there have been fatalities in connection with some of these tornadoes, so curmudgeon is a good word. Yeah, it is. Should totally watch the prequels and smash some White Claws, bruh. I haven't seen the prequels since I was a kid. I don't know if I would like them now. I mean, I guess I can always try. But ooh, here's a fun little announcement, I guess, kind of. Today's day 5 sobriety for me. I drink decaf, and that's the only kind of consumption of anything right now. So I have like a barbecue that I go to usually over the summer, and I'm like, I might have a couple of beers during that, but yeah, I'm doing a little sobriety thing. Just is not fun anymore, and it's expensive, obviously. So shout out to everybody out there who's trying to do the sobriety thing. Hey, thank you, Jonathan, for the $5 super chat saying congrats. I appreciate it. Thank you for that $5 dono. It is not going to go to buying beer. Appreciate ya. And as usual, everybody, if we get to the stream goal, we are gonna be doing oh, another one. What? Oh, Obsis, thank you. Says, oops, I dropped a tenner. Stay rad. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate ya. Look at this. Look at this. We're now at 25 out of 100 for the dono goal for today. Appreciate y'all. The prequels are a wild mix of clear artistic vision and bad dialogue. It's so crazy to look at now. I feel like at the very minimum, if you go watch the other ones, like at least there's a clear direction for things. At least there's like, you know, one director going and doing the thing, and like I think one of the things that's most disappointing about the new Star Wars movies is that they don't have a plan, you know? Like at the end of The Last Jedi, there's a little tease basically that maybe Rey nicked the Jedi texts from the tree before it burned down, because they're just in a drawer in the Millennium Falcon. But, or I guess Force ghosts can Force ghosts like interact with stuff? I don't know. Anyway, assuming that Force ghosts can't interact with things in physical meat space very much, you assume that Rey nicked them. And I don't think they pay that off at all in Rise of Skywalker. But again, I only saw it once, and it was a bad movie, so I don't remember it. I have an 8-ounce cup of coffee a day and haven't drank in 4 months, I think. Still smoke for my anxiety, but I'm trying to get with a mental health provider. Trying to get something to help manage my ADHD and something with helping my anxiety. Yeah, they call that California sober. If you don't drink, but you still smoke or like use cannabis. That's called California sober, which I laughed really hard when I found out that that's a thing. But yeah, no substances for me. None. No substances. Can't drink in the summers here. I know. That's the thing about, like, you know, the barbecue that I go to every summer is I'm not gonna, like, I can't drink during the day very much because it will make me sick. So, you know, in the evening, when the sun is gone, I might be able to drink a little bit, but it's like, I don't even really want to. This is what happens when you get older. I turned 30 and I'm like, I don't want to drink. I don't want to get hungover. It makes me feel bad. You know, I think it probably does a disservice to my closest personal relationships as well. What's up, Hive Sai? I got a trainer to ride my bike indoors, and I did that yesterday. That was nice. Hey, that's cool. I took a break from working out this week because I'm just like letting my tattoo heal. And I also have been sleeping like shit. I'm finally, like, last night I slept a little bit better. We've had some very interesting conversations happening in the Discord server recently. Do you have any leftist tattoo ideas? No. Which end up getting tattooed. If you're interested in seeing a picture of my new tattoo, you can subscribe to the Patreon for $1 and you can see it. But I got the Ouroboros tattoo from Full Metal Alchemist. You're all grown up now. No staying up past 9 o'clock p.m. True. I do sometimes get tired at like 8:30, but I have a medicine that I take at 9:30, so I try to push myself to stay awake at least until 9:30. Yeah, you could get the Anarchist A tattoo. Luxcord, do you remember where you were during the Great Man versus Bear discourse? Yeah. I was surprised that that became such a contentious argument. We typically don't have very contentious arguments in the Discord server. So yeah, we have a couple new mods in the Discord, and hopefully we'll keep conversations like that from getting too out of hand, because the Discord is supposed to be a reflection of what we're doing here, in that it is like a chill environment where, you know, politics happen, and like, yeah, obviously we're going to have discussion about difficult subjects. So we have 2 new mods though to help keep things under control, keep things under wraps, because we're not trying to like have contentious arguments. We want to have good faith interactions. We want to treat each other with respect. I think drinking too much has a strong genetic component. People in my family actually manufactured moonshine and even later worked in legal ABC stores surrounded by alcohol, but we have very few, if any, alcoholics in the family. Yeah, I would say I don't have a history of alcoholism in my family, but my thing is, hi, I have borderline personality disorder. And one of the symptoms of borderline personality disorder is impulsivity in at least 2 areas. So that could be gambling or like erratic sexual behavior, like risky sexual behavior, or like drugs and alcohol, or spending too much money. And so I have struggled in the past with like chemical dependency. I'm like, you know, there's like a tendency to want to get away from your problems, I think. And I want to not do that for myself. I want to be more present in my life. If I'm having problems, okay, if they feel like they're too big for me to handle, then I'm gonna like hopefully figure out a way to handle them instead of just drinking or whatever. Like, I don't want to deal with my anxiety by like using nicotine, which has been an issue for me before. And boy, howdy, I'll tell you, nicotine, even when you kick it, it is really hard to kick it forever. You know, like if you've kicked nicotine, and like I haven't had my own nicotine, God, for like, I mean, really, like a year, really, more than that, since I quit vaping for my own vape. But if you're around someone, even if it's been like 6 months or a year, if you're around someone who's smoking a cigarette or using a vape, you like want it. And I haven't experienced that before with drinking, for example. I don't have that like It's not like a physical, like, oof, oh, you know what I could really use right now is some vape. You know, like drinking is a little bit different because I think nicotine for me, it sinks its teeth in a little bit in that addiction way. So, by the way, hi. If you're just coming in, we're kind of chilling right now. This is the chillin' part of the stream, and we'll get to the serious part of the show if there's even going to be a serious part of the show later on. So hit the like button. Or even seeing it in a movie. Oh my God. I did used to struggle with that a bit with drinking. You know, I would be like, I'm trying not to drink alcohol. And then I would watch like Game of Thrones, where they're constantly drinking wine. And I would be like, oh God, you know what? Wine does sound good. It feels a little bit different in my body though. Most drugs require you to go out and find someone to buy it from. The nicotine stares at you in every gas station. Yeah, and it's also really difficult to quit doing something if you are near people who do it. Like in dialectical behavioral therapy, one of the primary recommendations if you if you're trying to quit an addiction is to stop hanging out with people who do it, you know? So like I have quit vaping, but my partner still does. So I kept wanting to go use his vape. And eventually he was like, you can't do this anymore. It's really irritating to me. And I was like, okay, fine. So like I don't do it now, but the temptation is still there sometimes. I'm weaning with vape. It sucks. I know. It's tough. Congrats though on trying to slow it down. All you have to do is make the independent choices like in each moment, right? Like if you're smoking cigarettes, if you have the urge to smoke a cigarette after lunch, let's say, it's always after you eat. You go, okay, I'm not going to smoke this cigarette. And then maybe after an hour, the craving really sets in and you go smoke that cigarette. But then you only smoked one instead of two. So it's a reduction, if nothing else. You've still succeeded in smoking less, even if you're not quit smoking completely. My family tree has men dying in their 40s or even early 30s, but they've got sons to survive them, going back to the 1700s Pennsylvania, where they opened up a whiskey distillery. They're from Bavaria originally. Even my grandpa died in his early 60s, and my dad is doing really bad in his 50s, like no kidneys right now. So I try to be careful since it feels genetic. Is that from drinking? Like health issues from drinking and like these guys dying in at a young age from it? Beer and whiskey. I've got a 0% nicotine vape, and I'm down to less than a cigarette of tobacco a day now. No more when this little I have this morning is gone. Ooh, okay, there you go. Congrats, congrats. Ooh, that's totally true. Bill Burr said it's like waves. You feel it coming on, you know it will crest, and then if you just let yourself feel the need, then ride through it, and you learn to deal with it better each wave. That is basically how DBT handles, you know, it's actually a mindfulness technique, really, but it can help you deal with addiction stuff really very well. Like, I can't remember the exact word for it, but it's basically like, yeah, you ride the sensation of feeling the urge to do something as opposed to doing it. You know, like on some level, you know that you don't need that cigarette, or you know on some level that you don't need to go spend your entire paycheck on clothes or whatever the impulsive thing that you're struggling with. So it's like you just ride the urge and let yourself feel it and let yourself be like, yes, this is difficult. Yes, this is a struggle. Haven't had a drink since August because of the pregnancy. Yeah, pregnancy, if nothing else, will get you to fucking fix your priorities. Mama says you can take something called a GARS test. It's a mouth swab to determine your genetic predisposition to alcoholism. I recommend everybody do it if you can. That's cool. Good suggestion. There used to be a kid's fruit drink in the UK called moonshine. $87 people in here. Thank you so much for hanging out. I decided to change the tag on the stream. Usually it says news and politics, but I switched it to entertainment since honestly we're kind of drifting away from the news and politics a bit. I will talk about news and politics a bit because it's like a thing that I need to do for my channel. Like we need to talk about at least one news thing so that I can post it to the channel this week, right? But otherwise, I'm kind of like ready to, let things just be a little bit more lighthearted. I used to be a French-style ditch drunk. I don't know what that means exactly, but I can imagine. It's been a long road now, but I can, at this point, have a beer or two and stop and stay in the moment. That's the thing. When you're first trying to extinguish a behavior, you can't like, oh, it means waking up in ditches with children staring at you. I see. Like, if you're trying to extinguish a behavior, I think for a lot of people think, oh, whatever, I can just be a weekend drinker. Or I only smoke cigarettes when I drink alcohol, and I only do that at a certain point, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I think for lots of folks, the I'm gonna be a weekend drinker thing happens after a period of complete sobriety. That you need to get used to your life completely sober. Because otherwise, oh, let's say you're trying to save money, so you buy like the whole 750 of whiskey. And you're like, I'm just gonna drink this on the weekend. But then you get home on, let's say you do a really good job on Monday, you don't drink Monday. And then you come home on Tuesday and you're like, had a really hard day at work today. I think I'm just going to go ahead and drink. And then boom, there you are, drinking during the week again. And like, I think, yeah, for me at least, I want to do like basically an extinction event. Like this is how you talk about behavioral training. So we're going to do extinction, nothing, like no alcohol, no nicotine, nothing. I live in Kansas, so it's like none of the fun stuff is legal here anyway. So, yeah, just kind of canceling it. And then maybe after a period of a few months, you can drink every once in a while. Maybe have the restraint to be like, okay, I'm going to buy a 6-pack of beer. And that way I'll have 2 beers Friday, 2 beers Saturday, 2 beers Sunday, and then it's gone. My biggest rule is I do not drink when I'm upset. It is not there to solve problems. It's there for celebrations. That changed my whole relationship with the drug. I agree. I think that's the thing too. You can't have it both ways. You can't drink to celebrate and drink when you're upset. You need it to have a clear delineation and hopefully like only drink to celebrate. Like, well, it's my birthday. I'll go ahead and have a glass of wine or something along those lines. My addiction is Mountain Dew. I was at 3 20-ounce bottles per day and am now down to 2 12-ounce cans per day. I mean, you're at less than half of what you were doing before, so that's good. Yeah. Just trying to make good choices. just and like hoping that it'll make me feel better in myself, in my body, mentally, getting away from feeling like it's something that I need to do or something that I'm relying on. And the reality is, when you stop using a substance that is helping you get through things, you are probably gonna go through a period of time where you feel worse. And you'll have nights where you're like, I'm fighting with my partner, or like, my mom said some out of pocket shit to me earlier today, or like my boss you gave me a bunch of extra work that I didn't really have the space for. You'll have days where you're like, God, I can't deal with this. But that's the thing. That's a story that you're telling yourself. I can't deal with this without my substance. Because the reality is that you can. You just have to start telling yourself that you can. Like, I know that this is hard, but I can get through the day without it. Yeah, and then you actually deal with your problems. Because that's the other thing. If you're like, I feel bad, I'm anxious, I'm going to drink. Or like, I'm feeling depressed today, I'm going to drink. Or whatever your substance of choice is. Because I think that people get into this habit even with other stuff like cannabis, where, like, cannabis, I know in particular, has a pretty strong dissociative effect. Like, that's what a lot of people say about it. So, and smoking cannabis is another one of those kind of, insofar as our culture can accept drug use at all, it is one of those drugs that people tend to go like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and use this every day. In fact, I think that there's even more of a stigma on drinking every day than there is on using cannabis every day. But I can't really speak to that. So, but it's just like, you get into this daily habit or nearly daily habit, like several times a week. And, you know, you can't deal with your problems when you're checked out. You might feel good while you're doing it, but then, like, whatever you're upset about, it's still there when you wake up in the morning with a fucking headache. You know? Like, your problems are still gonna be there. Taking things one at a time. I think that's a good idea. Like, if you have multiple addictions, taking them one at a time. Like, I quit nicotine a while ago. So, it's been a while since I quit, and that, like, alcohol is next thing. Trust me, being seen as, quote, the stoner that smokes every day sucks just as much. Also, it's seen as less bad than alcohol, even though I'm just as dependent. Yeah. I mean, yeah, as far as people judging you, I guess it sort of depends on where you live, I think. Because I think for a lot of people, it's considered, like, just based on interacting with people on Twitter and Blue Sky, it's like pretty socially acceptable to, like, smoke all the time. Oh my God, I had a friend in high school who drank so much Mountain Dew he had to have surgery from having too much at one point. Did it cause like some kind of organ failure? Like what? I would date someone who smoked weed every day, but not someone who was drinking every day. Yeah, there's this view, I think, that's like using cannabis on a regular basis is normal to some extent. Drinking too much Mountain Dew can give you kidney stones and kidney failure. Wow. Meditation helps me a lot with my stress. Yeah, I don't meditate exactly, but I do try to use mindfulness techniques. But you don't have to sit down in like a special place and like meditate in order to get the benefits of mindfulness. Sometimes it's just like, okay, I'm gonna go take a shit and I'm not gonna bring my phone with me. I'm gonna be present while I take my shit. I know, I realize that this is a serious topic, like the topic of addiction and quitting stuff. And like, you know, it's supposed to be good vibes or whatever. But I do ultimately hope that it's still a positive conversation because, like, just working toward a life worth living is what you would call it in the therapy program that I was in. Like, working toward a place where, you know, you don't need to check out from your life every evening. And like, I did actually watch a video a while back of a guy who was like, I quit using cannabis. And like, he was like, you know, it started to make a big difference after a few months of being off of it. And he was talking about how he felt like he was a worse dad when he was using cannabis every day. And he felt like he was accomplishing less in his job. And like, yeah, if you come home and you do a drug that keeps you like, that allows you to check out of your life a little bit, then of course, yeah, you're not as present in your marriage, in your relationships, in your job. Like, it makes sense to me that you would want to quit. Kidney stones hurt, kids. Drink 2 parts water for every part soda or sports drink. And if you get hungry for salt, eat a bit. If it tastes salty, don't add any salt. I have completely different needs. I drink straight up pickle juice and I will just take a pinch of salt and eat it because I need a ton of salt. Three of my stoner mates developed cardiac problems and had pacemakers before they hit age 55, mostly because they were not moving. I hate pickle juice. You don't have to like pickle juice. Go eat some green olives then. Or eat some chips or something, I don't care. Something that can help people is remember that you as a person grow and change so much that the person you used to be is a whole different person that in many cases is dead now. Forgive yourself for the errors of dead people. Honestly, I look at my behavior from like 8 years ago and I don't like, I understand why that person was acting the way that they are, the way that they were, but that I don't feel like that shit reflects on me at all. Me today is a completely different person than I was 8 years ago. Like, I'm 30 now. I was 22 back then. And the problems that I had, the stresses that I was dealing with, like, that person is functionally dead now. And like that is within the time period that I was posting videos kind of semi-regularly on YouTube. So there are videos from back in that time period that have gone private now that you can't watch anymore on my channel because who the fuck is that person? Like, what are they dealing with? What are they what are they worried about? What are they talking about? That's not me. If someone were to come at me and be like, this thing you did 8 years ago, I'm mad about, I would be like, I don't care. I mean, like, I care that that person is upset about it, but I am not accountable for that behavior. Like, me in the today, like, because I don't stand by any of those decisions, basically. Like, I was behaving very erratically. I was very stressed out because of very specific problems in my life. And again, I understand why I was dealing with that. But I know in retrospect, I'm like, this is what I should have done instead. And if I were in that situation again now, I would simply do this instead of all the other things that I was doing. I'll apologize for it in the now and accept that I hurt them, own the mistake, apologize without excuse, and move on. Yeah, like, I'm ready to move on. I have moved on from that person, from that experience. And also personally for me, and this is just me in my situation, the things that were happening to me 8 years ago and the way that I was behaving erratically as a result of being put under stress by other people in my life. Like, so I feel like, okay, if you're upset with me for behaving erratically in this moment, maybe you shouldn't have been fucking putting me under that much pressure. Like, that's kind of how I feel about it at this point, is I completely understand why I was the way that I was, and it was because other people were holding me to a standard that I couldn't meet. I drank banana pepper juice when I was a kid. I think banana peppers are pretty yummy. It's pretty delicious. yeah, I've been trying to increase my protein intake. Is pickle juice something different to vinegar in the US? So pickle juice has vinegar and pickling salt and a bunch of spices in it. It's not like I'm just drinking straight up vinegar if I drink pickle juice. It's vinegar and salt and dill or mustard or whatever else seasoning wise is going in there. One good sign that you have a Worcestershire sauce problem is if you haven't mispronounced it in a year. Pickles can be brined as well. What goes in a brine? I guess I don't know what the difference is between brine and vinegar. Cucumber juice. The cukes. The cuke juice. Brine is a salty water. Okay. Are you watching Doctor Who? I have not watched Doctor Who since Peter Capaldi's first season, and they lost me at that point. So, I was talking about it with my partner because we both really like Matt Smith's Doctor. And of course, I'm a big fan of David Tennant's Doctor as well. But yeah, we were talking about it, and it's just like, is there any. I would rather be doing a lot of other stuff besides watching new Doctor Who. Like, yeah. So I missed out on Peter Capaldi's second or third season, and then I haven't seen any of the Woman Doctor. And now I know Nshuti Gatwa, I think is how you pronounce the name. I think he's going to be a great doctor. I think he's going to do a great job of it. I just don't care to watch it. I'm sorry. I watched a little bit of the Fallout series. It was interesting. I feel like I should watch the Fallout series, if for nothing else, but to have something to talk about with my tattoo artist next month. I got the outline of my tattoo this past month, and I'm going to go get it finished and filled out next month. And he brought it up. He was like, have you seen this new Fallout show? And I was like, no, I've heard it's so good, though. So I'm thinking about getting into it. My wife, who does not give a single shit about Fallout and is very picky about TV, loved it. Yeah, I've heard it's really good. Hella critiques of capitalism. Ooh, okay. Capaldi equals best doctor. I don't care about his performance as the doctor, really. What I hated was Clara. And honestly, I kind of hated her when she was with Matt Smith, too, but whatever. It wasn't the actress's fault. It was Stephen Moffat's fault, because he can't write women to save his fucking life. Drink decaf. That's me just saying what I'm about to do. Couldn't stand Clara. Yeah, it was just, she just wasn't good writing. It was bad writing. Peter Capaldi does not know how to write women. Whatever. Who cares? Okay. I've got a pot roast going right now. This is the thing that I like to do on Sundays, is I get the pot roast started in the morning, and then as we get like into the third hour of this show, I start smelling. And then I'm like, ooh, I'm getting hungry. The difference between vinegar and brine is that vinegar uses the acidity of the vinegar to do the job, and brine is a lactofermentation method, so it becomes sour through fermentation. Okay. I loved Matt Smith and was not prepared for Capaldi's eyebrows. I was very moved. I know that none of you are, not all of you are into Doctor Who, so I'm going to move off of it after this statement. So, right now, I do like Capaldi's introduction, where he's looking at her, he's looking at Clara, and he's going, "You're looking at me and you don't see me. Please just see me." Like, he's physically changed, and Clara's looking at him like he's a stranger, and it's like painful for him. Uh, and I felt that was, it resonates with the experience of being a trans person who people do not perceive as your actual gender. You know, like that as a non-binary person, most people are going to see me and they're going to assume that I'm either a man or a woman. So like I felt was very strong. It resonated with me. This whole like, you're looking at me and you're not seeing me. Like, please just see me. Please just understand who I am actually. So, but other than that, I just lost interest. Like, sorry, babes. Like, I've got other stuff I'd rather be doing now. Like, I would rather rewatch Matt Smith's run as the Doctor. And I've only seen that episode where he regenerates once, because it's always a Christmas special when he regenerates. So it was like after that. I don't know. Anyway, but yes, it has trans vibes for sure. Matt Smith is my favorite because I love his body acting. Ugh. Matt Smith is the reason I watched House of the Dragon. I was like, Game of Thrones burned me. Game of Thrones, listen, you burned me. You burned it. Burned me. So I did not want to watch House of the Dragon because I was like, listen, y'all are gonna fuck me over again. But Matt Smith is in it, and I'm like, I really like him as an actor. And my favorite episodes of Doctor Who are the ones, my favorite Smith episodes of Doctor Who are the ones where he's like, he's the angry god. He's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do now because I've never been this angry before. I love that, Matt Smith. So I was like, oh, I want to see him be kind of a bad boy. He's kind of a bad boy in House of the Dragon. 50th anniversary episode. Yeah, okay, that was amazing. I did like the 50th anniversary episode with like many doctors. That was good. John Hurt Doctor, good shit. Mm. Anyway, I used to be a big fan of Doctor Who. Not so much. Each doctor is the type of person. Matt Smith was at war. But, like, Eccleston has this whole I just came from war thing. Tennant is still very much dealing with that. And he's got the angry god thing going on. Matt Smith is still very angry god, at war guy. Like, I don't know, man. Let's move on. Let's move on from Doctor Who. I used to be a big fan. I loved the show when I watched it. It was cool. Cool. All right. Cool. Um, let's do a little overview of the stuff that we might talk about later today. Oh my god, why do I have 5? I don't usually get notifications on Twitter. So if I'm like, oh my god, I have notifications on Twitter, I'm like, who's talking to me? So I guess the like one serious topic that I have, well, I guess I have 2 serious topics that we could discuss today. There's so we've been talking about the situation in the UK for a bit, and there's like the whole, they're trying to remove healthcare for children. Like, no trans teenagers can get puberty blockers, that kind of stuff. We've been talking about that for a while. And apparently, Google has now removed websites that you can find information about DIY hormones from being able to be accessed in the UK. So that's one thing. I guess that could be a little segment on its own. We could talk about that, post it up on the channel later. We also have, where is it? There's something in my Discord server. I posted it. We've got the stream recommendations channel. The person who was posting in there a lot has left the server, unfortunately, but I posted a link for myself. about how far-right groups are showing up at US campus protests, and how some of the agitators who are showing up have also been at other protests, like usually counter protests, where they're like, okay, anti-LGBTQ and anti-vaccine protests. So it's really interesting how all of these things go on these political lines. I don't want to get too far into it right this second because we're not doing the segment right this moment, but, you know, people tend to be pro-vaccine and pro-LGBTQ and pro-Palestine. And then the other people tend to be against all those things all at the same time. Like, it's interesting how there's this increasing polarization where there aren't as many people who are like, I support LGBTQ people, but I don't like vaccines. Although I guess, you know, the whole Israel thing is kind of a gigantic, stupid issue. So there probably are a lot of like liberal type people who would be like pro-vaccine, pro-LGBTQ, and also pro-Israel. Anyway, that's one potential. We could read this article from The Guardian. And then I guess the other thing that we have today is pertaining to the title of the stream. They can always tell. Someone posted a picture of me on Twitter and was like, this is a trans woman. Look at her. She looks just like me. I'm a cis girl. And then the people in the comments are all like, that's a man. That looks like a man, which is very funny because I was assigned female at birth. So the whole, we can always tell. If you present a kind of androgynous person to the transphobes, they will just, like, whatever you say I am, they will tell you that they see the opposite, which is very funny. So I thought that we could meme about that a little bit. Funny to meme about that. They can always tell. Crunchy granola lefties are sometimes anti-vax and pro-Palestine. Yeah. Yeah. So I figured that those are some of the kind of fun things we could talk about and kind of sort of do some segments on it. Ooh, hail hydrate, babes. We've been here for an hour. We've already surpassed 69 likes. A lot of the time, that's my goal. So can we get to 100 likes today? I had a Nazi desperately asking how I identify yesterday. Yeah, like, you have to tell me how you identify so that then I can misgender you. Yum, yum, yum. I love lemon water. It's delicious, and it has the electrolytes that plants crave. I identify as a ghost. I enjoy that people can't tell. I've made lime popsicles. Cannot get over them and they feel so hydrating. The citric acid. Citric acid is an electrolyte. I don't know that it's as efficient as salt, because salt is something that you capital N need. Citric acid is like, yeah, you'll have health complications if you literally never get any in your body, but it's not like as regular a part of our diet. So like, I think it's a little bit less harmful. Like, less harmful on a fundamental level. You know, like, you will not dehydrate if you don't have if you don't have citric acid. An entropy fan bleh, says the anti-vax hippie, quote, natural lefties practically do not exist anymore. Similar to actual anti-trans feminists, these groups are 99% fascist now. Yeah, I could see that being the case. Because it was kind of a bigger deal 5-10 years ago, this whole anti-vax movement where, you know, we're not going to get our kid vaccinated with the MMR. I'm not sure, though, because it does feel like there is a continuity between the type of anti-vax sentiment we were seeing, you know, that, let's say, H-Bomber Guy's video, the measured response to anti-vaxxers video that he did. That is, like, that's a very particular kind of, new wave. It's kind of a more associated with the left wing kind of sentiment. And then nowadays, the anti-vax sentiment does seem to be more associated with, because the anti-vax thing now is more to do with COVID, less to do with, like, the flu vaccine. It's more about, like, the COVID vaccine. People get very annoyed trying to figure out my gender, and that's why my goal is to be a question mark. Was there any more James Somerton news? I haven't seen anything about James Somerton. The same day that we were discussing his fake suicide most recently, he privated those accounts. The accounts where people had figured out that they belonged to him, he made them private, and I haven't heard any news since then. Don't come to Oklahoma right now. Doctors will laugh if you try to wear masks in their office. It's dystopian horror down here. Yeah, it's not quite that bad where I live, but I don't know what to do about that whole thing. I've kind of given up, I guess, on trying to advocate in person, at least, or like with individuals. I will say on my show, this is my show. Hey, you need to be wearing a respirator anytime you're in public, whether you're indoors or outdoors. Point blank, period. H5N1 is increasing. COVID is still a like 10 to 20% chance of you having a permanent or a long-lasting complication from it. Wear a respirator. But I'm not trying to convince people. I see people in my, you know, who are my friends, let's say from like Renaissance Festival, and they're posting pictures of them at work or on a fucking airplane with no mask on. And I'm like, I'm not going to try to convince you, because I think that that would just make our friendship not exist anymore. And I would rather have distant, tense friendships on my end. Like, I would rather deal with me being disappointed in you for not wearing a respirator than have you decide that I'm like fear-mongering, or that I'm a hypochondriac or something, or that I'm trying to cancel your fun, and then I'm the one who's going against the government's guidance, telling you that you need to be careful. Like, I'm just not going to do it. You did not miss the stream topic, no. I wish that people would stop and recognize that right fascism and left fascism are both still fascism. It is funny to me, kind of like how vegans don't seem to do the math on how many animals would have to be euthanized pointlessly if we quit eating meat tomorrow, changing the world to all of one thing or the other and making it a rule to be one thing or the other. No matter what the rules, it requires a ton of people to disappear. We need to be working with longer, slower changes. That is a really interesting point that I hadn't really considered. If we were to just stop eating meat today, there would be a ton of cows. And what are we going to do? Are we just going to release them to go on and create like ecological destruction, to cause a bunch of motor accidents by standing in the road, or to like, you know, decimate ecosystems by eating all of the grass, or like all of the green stuff? Fascist leftism doesn't exist inherently. I think that the point that Kitty is trying to make is that, like, there are people who support fascism with a veneer of leftism, you know? Like, that people will say things that seem like, oh, we're going to go ahead and support leftism, but in reality, these are like fascist politics. It's basically recuperation, effectively, that that the fascist, I'm going to say the fascist to stand in for like any individual person, is recuperating the optics of leftism as a shroud to insert their fascism into society, if that makes sense. Some amount of culling would still happen even if people stopped eating meat. Yeah. And then it's like you're killing all these cows not even for the purpose of bettering humanity or eating them, or we're not going to use any of their product. We're just going to kill all of them. Like that's what it would necessarily have to happen that way. No worries, Jackie Sins. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Jackie says, so I may have accidentally misgendered you on my stream this past Thursday. I did correct to they, but I realized I never asked your pronouns. Sorry. No worries. My pronouns are actually it-its. I'm not going to get mad at you for using they, them, but I don't really prefer they, them. And I'm getting to this point where I just kind of don't care, so I'm not upset. It's fine. Most things that people call fascist is just a kind of authoritarianism, and there is a difference. Fair enough. I'm so happy today. Hey, hyperbolic. That is good to know. I'm glad that you're having a good day. I'm hoping that as I continue on my sober journey, that I continue to feel happier and better. Although again, as I said earlier, I am accepting that it may be that at first I have to deal with my feelings and then I get really upset and like I am dealing with all the stress, and then I have to come up with other ways of coping with the stress that aren't like, ooh, I'm gonna go get some beers. I'm having a sober journey and just got high from playing guitar. Nice. Good going. Everything a government bans is technically a type of authoritarianism. That does not mean that it's fascism. Yeah, I think people get caught up on the definitions of stuff in a way that I find really unhelpful. Like, yeah, I use fascism as sort of a shorthand for other stuff. Like, maybe I do just mean kind of authoritarianism. Because fascism is a very specific thing when you're looking at the nitty-gritty of it all. But, you know, people don't seem to have really a problem throwing around the word socialist to just mean whatever bad thing I don't like today. So I guess I don't feel particularly tied down to being 100% precise when I'm describing authoritarianism broadly. Anyway, I'm having fun. Are you having fun here today? I enjoy our little talks. I enjoy our little conversations. I like that we can meander from topic to topic and sort of talk about whatever. Mersh says, I do have an undergraduate degree in political science. Trumpism and MAGA do meet the definition of fascism, even down to the point of emulating Hitler and drawing from his writings, etc. It is a form of nationalistic, quote, Christian fascism. Mersh, what do you think? And we're going to get spicy for a minute here. Ooh, we're going to get spicy. What do you think about people comparing Benjamin Netanyahu to Hitler? Because someone made the comparison in my Discord server earlier, and someone took issue with that comparison. And I was like, I don't really see the difference. Like, I don't see why you would take issue with that comparison. But I don't know. Because I'm kind of only just getting to know about the whole Israel-Palestine conflict like this past year. So I'm willing to admit that I may need to learn more in order to have a fully informed opinion. Also, fascism has evolved over time. Modern fascists aren't following the exact same patterns as Hitler and Mussolini. Sure, yeah, the world has changed. As a Messianic Jew, I feel that Netanyahu is engaging in behaviors that can be deemed genocidal. Sure, no, that's not really the question. Like, I don't feel like I need anyone to tell me that it's genocide because I know that it is. I just was wondering specifically about the comparison to Hitler and like if that was uncouth in some way. And I guess as a Jewish person, you could say like, if is it offensive to compare Netanyahu to Hitler? As a right-winger and an ultra-nationalist, he is coming very close. Okay, cool. That's good to know. It's spicy, but definitely comparable. Why, though? Just as a gotcha? I mean, it's because there was someone in the Discord server who was basically saying that they didn't understand why the whole... the Eurovision... but listen, I don't know shit about Eurovision, okay? Let me just say that right out the gate. I don't know anything about it. But apparently, like, there's a big boycott of Eurovision because Israel is part of it. And so, you know, if someone is saying, I don't see why it's such a big deal in this context, whereas it's not a big deal in other contexts, then someone comes in and is like, well, because Netanyahu is basically Hitler. I think that's kind of where the contention came from. Ramya says, I'll be blunt, I see no difference between Hitler and Netanyahu. I feel like the only difference between Hitler and Netanyahu is that, like, Hitler had several different concentration camps, and Netanyahu has one big concentration camp. Me, personally, that's just my tiny little opinion. That's just my, listen. I boycott Eurovision because I am American. Yeah, get the hell out of here, Europeans. Someone who's more offended that a genocidal Jewish fascist would be compared to the most infamous genocidal fascist more than the actual genocide ought to recalculate their priorities. That's kind of how I felt about it. I'm like, why are you like, yikes? Like, oh, I don't know if that's the right comparison to make. Like, okay. I just can't imagine a scenario where the comparison has a purpose that couldn't be expressed better. I mean, I'm not going to say that it's the most useful tack to take from like a effectiveness perspective, right? But people are going to express their frustrations in different ways. Oh well. Oh well. Crazy shit's happening in the global geopolitical stage. And like I do understand why people are frustrated. I personally don't think that anything on this earth can be completely apolitical. And I think the more that something tries to be apolitical, the more that it inadvertently reinforces like the viewpoint of the powerful geopolitical entities. Ramya says, I'm boycotting both Eurovision and any celebrities that attended the Met Gala while staying silent on the issue of Gaza. That makes sense. And I've seen some folks saying that you should block and hide the posts from anyone who is a celebrity because we need to stop reinforcing this whole celebrity culture right now. Like we need to, like any news or any show like SNL is, you know, it does this whole celebrity thing. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that I've seen this discussion happening. I'm getting political about this, Drew. I don't think he meets the traditional definition of a fascist, Netanyahu, but the way he is managing his war is in a category of its own, and it is not good. However, Hamas has put him and the Palestinian people in a terrible position. I think that people need to shut the fuck up about Hamas. How are you gonna live in an apartheid state that's occupied, and like people are being kicked out with like a continuous Nakba, and like an entire, like multiple generations of people who are living in an occupied territory, who don't have the right to travel, who are being denied access to things. And like, I know it's a spicy opinion, okay? But like, I think everybody needs to shut the fuck up about Hamas. Like, oh, well, what did Hamas do? Like, oh, you mean what did that group who is retaliating against being like violently oppressed for multiple generations? Oh, you're gonna say, oh, they're putting us in a bad situation. I'm not trying to call you out, Mersh. This is more of a complaint about like everybody who brings up Hamas. Like, well, Hamas did this. Like, it's okay. Listen, you sound like a person who's like bitching at a woman who like hit her husband or shot her husband after like years and years and years and years and years of him torturing her emotionally, threatening her children, and like taking her money and preventing her from going anywhere. Like, it's reactive abuse is what I'm trying to say. Like, anything that Hamas has done is reactive to what Israel has done to Palestine. And that's my spicy opinion, having only started educating myself on this like last year. If one person in a protest throws a stone, should all people in the crowd be shot with rubber bullets furiously for several minutes? Right. It's the collective punishment. It's the collective retaliation. And you're dealing with like one side of this conflict is like making pipe bombs in their basement, whereas the other is like one of the best funded militaries in the world. Like you're talking about throwing stones versus tanks. Like there's no equivocation of this. You cannot possibly say in good faith that Hamas is like an instigator in this, or like that Hamas is a problem. They're retaliating against violent oppression. Hello, is it time for our debate? What's up, Lucy? Did we have a debate scheduled? Israel is literally a nuclear weapons state. Hamas runs a ghetto the size of Philadelphia. That's what I'm saying. Like, anything that Hamas gets is like they scrounged it together or they built it themselves. Versus, like, again, one of the best funded military campaigns in the history of the planet. Scheduling or even agreeing on topic is for the week. All right. I'm so done with TERFs, right? I like that we can meme on TERFs. That's amusing to me. I like memeing on TERFs. You know what? I think I'm going to try to like... Let's do that. Let's adjust. Because then if I sit on my feet, that'll put me... Yeah, I'm still completely within frame. That's good. That's good stuff. All right, cool. Look at this. Hey, look at this merch. I haven't had any new merch purchases in a couple of weeks. Would you like a hoodie? It's $35, which is way cheaper than most other branded hoodies. So, also there's tank tops, and there's like hats, and there's patches. Get it in the links in the description. Okay. Just keep the trans topics up as a title and talk about everything for the numbers. I mean, that is, yeah, basically, like, My channel does best when I talk about trans issues, but I actually want to talk about other shit, so. The best way to start de-escalating is to get Netanyahu out of power. Sure, yeah. Yeah, no worries if you've got unpaid bills. I'm sorry, Lucy Hayes. I have a bad memory. I don't remember who you are if we've talked before. I don't often do debates or anything on this show. It would have to be a pretty specific... I'm gonna start hosting over on the line soon, probably, so we could do, like, if you ever want to call into the line, I'm down. Lucy's a Sunday orbiter. Okay. Wanted to say quickly, thank you for your content about borderline. It's been really helpful in coming to terms with the fact that one of my very close family members might have BPD. It's given me hope. Yeah, and I will say, how do you call into the line? It's a phone number. The line is a YouTube channel. You'd have to go look at it. And the Transatlantic Call-In show is the one that I'm going to be on, which is on Thursdays. So, yeah. I've been friends with Jimmy for like, I don't know, like 5 years now. But yeah, no, so about borderline personality disorder, you know, it's tricky. Like, of course, we don't want to encourage diagnosing people because, like, yeah, Jimmy owns the line. It's his Jimmy Snow. It's like, I don't want you to start labeling people in your life with like clinical language that may or may not be the case, especially narcissism. Like, in particular, people say, oh, narcissist, like, oh, my partner's a narcissist, or like, oh, my dad's a narcissist. And like, I understand the impulse to find a label for things, right? But I do say, like, I think we should be careful because we can accidentally stigmatize those things. If we say, this person is behaving badly, therefore they must have some kind of disorder, officially speaking. Like, I understand the impulse, but it's like tricky. I will also, however, say that with borderline personality disorder, like narcissism is much harder to identify this way. But with borderline, so much of it is external behaviors that I think you could probably get a pretty accurate idea of whether someone is borderline based on their external behaviors. Like, if you are in a relationship with someone who displays anger outwardly and who also, like, when they are upset, they seem to get really, really upset more than most people would, and they stay upset for longer than most people would. And they have frantic efforts to avoid abandonment by, like, preventing you from leaving. And they, like, in your relationship, you experience a pattern of idealization and devaluation where your partner flip-flops between, like, loving you and being super nice to you, and then using devaluing language and black and white thinking toward you. And they... Oh, sorry, that was two different ones. Fear of abandonment or whatever. Like, if you can view someone's external behaviors and go, okay, well, this seems like it fits into this pattern, then that could be useful insofar as you can help your family member or your partner or whoever go, hey, I think that you might have this behavioral disorder, you know? Like, because yeah, BPD is a behavioral disorder. You can't really figure out whether someone has chronic feelings of emptiness because that's something that they're dealing with inside their mind, and you can't necessarily see it on the outside. But if you are witnessing emotion dysregulation and explosive anger, and they have addiction, and the fear of abandonment and suicidal behaviors, like, then yeah, okay, you could be like, look, you can't tell the person you have BPD and you need to get treatment, right? But you can say, you're displaying like a lot of symptoms of a very serious mental illness. And like, I think that I don't know what the specific issue is, but these dysfunctional behaviors need to stop. And so I am encouraging you to get treatment, So it's like you have to be kind of careful. And I feel so much sympathy for that. If you feel like someone in your life has all these behaviors that are causing issues to you, like, yeah. But we want to avoid trying to like armchair diagnose people. She hits all those points, diagnosed with ADHD too. I'll definitely take these pointers on board. Yeah, like, I'm not trying to dissuade you, because having someone in your life who has those symptoms is really difficult no matter who you are. Like, no matter what your relationship is, if you're close enough to the person that you're experiencing all that, like, that's really tough. Tori, thank you so much for your tier 1 sub. Tori says, thank you for all of your hard work and all that you do for the community. Respect my existence or expect my resistance. True. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that tier 1 sub. Oh my God, excuse me for burping. I'm so sorry. That's disgusting. Yeah, so it's a, you have to walk that line where you're going, it seems to me like you have XYZ symptoms, and I can't tell you what the problem specifically is. I can say, like, if I had someone in my life who was displaying all those symptoms, I could say, look, I can't diagnose you, but I was treated for this, and I can recognize these symptoms. They are also symptoms, like, particularly idealization and devaluation. People say that that's also part of narcissistic personality disorder, where they kind of go back and forth between treating you like you have value and treating you like you don't have value. But for the narcissism, it's usually dependent on whether you are helping boost their ego or not. But, like, I don't know a lot about NPD. I wasn't treated for NPD. So you can say, listen, I have seen these symptoms from you, and I'm concerned for your well-being because these are symptoms of a serious disorder. So I can't diagnose you, but I can say that I can't tolerate these behaviors from you, and I would like you to find some way of addressing and dealing with this. Like, whether your diagnosis is what I think it is not relevant. Like, the point is you need to start addressing these behaviors. My father is classic NPD and my mom is codependent. Took years of therapy with a licensed therapist to figure it out. Yeah, it does. And people with narcissism have a tendency to avoid going and getting treatment as well. Like, I think they tend to avoid it even more. Oh, Lucy, are you a doctor? Yeah, I agree, Byron. Diagnosis is not something that should be overbroadened, particularly given how mental illness and abnormality are treated in broader society. Yeah, we're trying to avoid stigmatizing. We want to focus on, like we were saying about James Somerton recently, we can say he's being manipulative. We can say this is abusive behavior without slapping a label on it. We don't need to say, oh, he's a narcissist and that's why he is the way he is. Like, we don't know why he is the way he is. And that's not helpful, If someone, like, is acting a certain way, then what we need to criticize are their behaviors. Because if you start saying, oh, well, he's a narcissist, like, oh, and you kind of treat it like, well, what do you expect? Then you're just stigmatizing narcissism. I'm very autistic, so I'm the type to go looking for advice from people who have experience and expertise before acting, so this is invaluable to me. Yeah, I can't claim to be like an expert in borderline personality disorder, but but I kind of am. I mean, compared to the general population, I am an expert. And also, like, with dialectical behavioral therapy, there's a lot of peer-to-peer support. It's not like regular therapy where it's like, you really shouldn't try to do therapy on someone if you're not an expert, right? But you can share skills. I can teach someone skills and I can explain the diagnosis to someone and I can say, I think that these behaviors could be resolved by using these evidence-based practices. I don't know what your diagnosis is. I don't know what the reason is for your behavior, but I do know the evidence-based way of addressing those behaviors. So... Hey, are we at 100 likes? It's showing me 99, but it might be at 100. Thank you, everybody, for chilling and hanging out. I think maybe we're going to stick with this, where we label the stream an entertainment stream, and because the politics part of the stream is getting shorter and shorter and shorter. If someone refuses to go to therapy, that's a huge red flag. I agree. I think if someone is resistant to therapy, then that probably means that they do have a problem. Because I think anybody could benefit from therapy. And the kind of people who don't want to go to therapy are the kind of people who want to continue on their bullshit. This is one of my biggest criticisms of Poppy in that whole Poppy and Xena arc is that Poppy shit talks DBT constantly. She's in EMDR, which is not meant to treat borderline, and it actually can worsen dissociative symptoms. Like, I don't think Poppy had multiple personalities before EMDR, because EMDR can create those kind of problems if you're not really careful. So, like, for someone to be like, yes, I have borderline personality disorder, and I refuse to go to the therapy that is the primary evidence-based practice for this, and I'm gonna shit talk it all the time, like, that's because you want to keep on your bullshit. So first step of DBT is torrent the DBT guided exercises book. Most of it is available on Google anyway. That's not true. DID/OSDD1 can't develop past ages 9. Listen, I'm not going to say that Poppy doesn't have OSDD, but she says herself that, like, she did not have that disorder until after EMDR. So either you can develop it later on in life, or maybe the system was hiding itself from her, or she is lying about having DID. Whatever. Don't care. Again, like talking about her diagnosis isn't like gonna help the situation. I want to go to therapy, but I am poor. Yeah, I go to a sliding scale clinic, and even then, like, I'm sure I have a bunch of debt. What's EMDR? EMDR stands for like eye movement something something. I cannot remember, but it is an evidence-based trauma therapy practice. Oh, it was a peer-to-peer joke. Okay, cool. Yeah, no. Yeah, that is the first thing. It's not uncommon for people with mental disabilities and illness to have to become an expert in their own condition just to access support and understanding from people around them. That's true. I am an expert in my disorder because I did therapy with an expert in my diagnosis. And I worked really hard at it, and I learned a shit ton about it. And then I continue to engage. Like, listen. It's literally right here. This is my DBT book. I reference it all the time. I haven't been in DBT for 2 years. And I still reference it. What was that? Oh, okay. Oops. Dropping stuff on the floor. But, like, I reference this all the time. I'm like, oh, you know what? I need some interpersonal effectiveness. Let me go to the interpersonal effectiveness module. Or like, ooh, I'm having a problem with a particular emotion. Oh, I don't know if this emotion is justified or not. Let me go to the emotions page and like, ooh, yeah, I'm feeling really anxious. Let me look. Oh, the prompting events for feeling fear. Is this justified? Like, my interpretation of an event might be prompting my feelings of fear. And then I can go, oh, okay, well, it seems to me like my fear is unjustified. And then I go, oh, yeah, well, you know what? If my fear is not justified, let me go to the opposite action page and start, oh, like, that's literally opposite action to fear. I reference this shit all the time because it is so useful. And I actually bought, where is it? I actually bought the teacher's manual. Like, because this has extra information in it that isn't in my workbook. You know, I'm as close to an expert in BPD as you can be if you're not a real therapist. Like, that's me, personal opinion. Like, I've got the, look at this thing. I have this entire book, this entire teacher's manual. So, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Eye movement desensitized and reprocessing therapy. Thank you. I always forget. Desensitized and reprocessing therapy. Julia, thank you so much for the $5 dono. The super chat. Julia says, seriously, why doesn't Google provide SAG benefits for its content creators? Also, some femme girly merch would be nice. There is femme girly merch. There is a female cut tank top and some female booty shorts. So yeah, there are some femme stuff over there. Like, there's 2 different tank tops, and one of them is boys sizing and one of them is girls sizing. I think the girls one is a little bit more expensive just because, like, the manufacturer, it's more expensive. And I don't want to lose money on my sales, but yeah, the booty shorts. But yes, thank you for your $5 super chat. That's very much appreciated. $35 out of 100. If we make it to $100 in donations today, I will take off my hoodie and flex my muscles. What if I just want to dish dirt on them? Can I pathologize them then? In private, I don't care what you do. I had to learn all about NPD, emotional abuse, and dysfunctional families because it's what I grew up in. Yeah, most of the time it's necessity. Shirt dress when? Ooh, I don't know if there is. I don't have any control over what's held in the... Like, I don't have any control over what the website hosts as far as merch goes, so... I can see if there's a t-shirt dress. Is Radical Acceptance also in that book, or is that outdated? Yeah, Radical Acceptance is in that book. Let me find it. Radical Acceptance, I think, is part of the... Let's see. Radical Acceptance is going to be, I think, in the emotion regulation module. Or no, that's distress tolerance. Radical Acceptance is in distress tolerance. Let's see. The stop skill, tip skill, pros and cons, distracting, self-soothe, improve the moment. Radical acceptance. When you cannot keep painful events and emotions from coming your way. What is radical acceptance? Radical means all the way, complete and total. Accepting in your mind, heart, and your body. When you stop fighting reality, stop throwing tantrums because reality is not the way you want it, and you let go of bitterness. Reality has to be accepted as it is. The facts are the facts, even if you don't like them. Yeah, this is part of distress tolerance, because on a very basic level, you can... Sometimes your suffering is at an increased level because you refuse to accept reality the way that it is. If you find yourself using the word should a lot, that is going to increase your suffering. Now, it's tricky if you're dealing with, like, a societal problem. You know, like, we are dealing with an increase of fascism. We are dealing with a wave of anti-LGBTQ people. And, you know, we might say, well, you shouldn't feel that way. You know, you should wear a mask. You should get vaccinated. You know, my boss should be more aware of what I need in my job. But shoulds are not going to get you anywhere. You know? So one of the tactics is just going like, I feel like I would rather it be different. You know? That's a type of radical acceptance, is going like, so the objective fact is, you know, let's just throw out an example. It's like, my mom is homophobic. She's not, but let's just say my mom is homophobic. My mom doesn't accept me. And you're struggling with that because you're like, well, she should accept me. But she doesn't, so you need to accept that fact and also accept that you feel bad about it and rephrase it in your head. Instead of saying, well, she shouldn't be that way, go, this is the way she is, and I wish it weren't that way. And on that level, you can reduce your suffering already without even having to use more complex emotion regulation skills. And that helps you deal with the distress, because rebelling against reality increases your distress. You have to accept reality as it is, and then you can move to change it. Because part of radical acceptance is accepting that it is the way that it is and that you want it to be different. And then going, okay, how can we problem solve this? But you can't rebel against reality forever. Anyway, I could actually technically really for real start a series where I just go through all the skills. And I've known other people who've done it. I think my friend Chariot has done that basically, where she's going over the different modules of like DBT stuff. A lot of the time when people say to accept reality, they just mean shut up and stop criticizing us. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Like when people are saying, you just need to accept that COVID is endemic, that really means stop talking about it completely. And like stop trying to mitigate any whatever. So yeah, I'm not going to say that that's okay for them to do that. And, you know, I think that anything can be misused. So even the concept of accepting reality as it is, if the wrong person is wielding those words, like if you're in a situation where like you're trying to get someone to change, or like someone is treating you in a way that you don't like, they say like, this is just how I am and you need to accept it. Like, no, we don't accept abuse. We don't accept toxic behaviors. We don't accept that people are just gonna unload their emotions on you. One thing that I've run into several times in my life is when you're trying to tell someone, I don't want you to say this to me, like, I don't want you to treat me this way, they will say like, oh, so you want me to lie? I'm just being honest. Like, girl, I didn't say I wanted you to lie. I'm suggesting that you need to be more tactful in explaining how you feel. To some people, saying accept reality also means accept the status quo and don't rock the boat. Right, yeah. So that's why, you know, these things within the context of a strong therapeutic program, you know, it's different than just some asshole telling you like, get over it. You need to accept that this is how it is. Like, no. Excuse you. Hail hydrate, babes. We're getting to that 2-hour mark on my show. My show is usually about 4 hours long. People with ADHD and autism usually have a strong sense of justice. Yeah. And so here's the thing. Again, my personal belief, this is just an opinion. My personal belief is that borderline personality disorder is the behavioral expression of how people who are autistic express their trauma symptoms. So for me personally, as someone who is autistic, I don't hate the way that DBT addresses things. Like, I prefer the DBT approach to the CBT approach, because careful not to chew your lips so much, they might get chapped and hurt. Yeah, my lips bleed all the time because I can't stop chewing on them. But yeah, like, you don't have to not have a strong sense of justice. It's just about framing things in your mind in a way that is helpful to you and in a way that is not preventing you from solving the problems, you know? Like, me saying I shouldn't have to deal with this, like, that's not helping me. Even if maybe on some level it's true. Yeah, thank you, Twitchy Witch. Like, again, that's a personal opinion. BPD is a behavioral disorder. It's not like we go in and look at your brain and we can see that your brain is borderline or whatever. It's not terminal or anything. It's just a behavioral disorder. So that's why it's very treatable. But yeah, so like if you have a strong sense of justice, I don't think that's incompatible with the idea of radically accepting both that this is the situation as it is. We live in an oligarchy. We live in an increasingly authoritarian and fascist nation. And I want that to change. You don't have to use all this should. You're shoulding all over yourself, as one of my therapists said once. Those both, like, this is what dialectics is about, is being able to hold two seemingly contradictory views at the same time. Like, this is the way that it is. And I really strongly feel that I would rather it not be that way, if that makes any sense. But yeah, we're at the halfway mark of this stream, and I'm gonna go take a little pee break. I'm gonna rest my voice for a second. We're gonna come back. We still have the actual segments to talk about today, and I've been enjoying this conversation a lot. I love talking about these things, and I love kind of meandering through the conversation and getting the feedback from you all. So don't go anywhere. I'm only gonna be gone for like 5 minutes. I'm gonna give you to the bugs. You can watch my bugs crawl around in their terrarium, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. You take a break if you need to, but don't go too far, okay? All right. I'll see you again in just a moment. I jump scare. We're back. I rested my voice a little bit, went to the bathroom, drank some water. Jump scare. Yeah, there's all kinds of vegetables in there for my pods right now. If we could put pics in chat, I would lug out the contemporary meme of on my way to change the things I cannot accept. Yeah. I'm not a Christian person, but I do like the serenity prayer. Like, how does it go? God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. What is it? The courage to change the things I can and the wisdom to know the difference. Something like that. Conceptually, yeah. So God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. Grant me the courage to change the things I can and the wisdom to know the difference between those two things. Ultimately, the things that you can change are within yourself. That's the deal. Man, we dropped a lot of viewers. Yeah, Lux getting religious. That's what this whole area is right here. This is a paganism area. This is where paganism happens and druidry. I'm not like a woo-woo believer or whatever, though. One of the issues that I have in my life right now is I'm really bad. Yeah, the pagan cuck chair. I'm really bad at like saying what I need to say and standing up for myself. And that's something that I'm trying to get better at. Like, you know, if I had someone in my life who, you know, calling back to this conversation about BPD we've been having, you know, if someone was having like some behaviors that I found harmful or problematic, I find it really difficult to advocate for myself because so there's like three things that you can be prioritizing in any particular situation where you need to advocate for yourself. There's the objective, like the goal itself. Like let's say you want a raise, right? So you've got like, I need this money. Like I have this objective of my raise. And then you have your self-respect. Like maybe, like if you don't get this raise, are you going to respect yourself less? You know? And then the third thing is the relationship. If I don't get this raise, am I going to maintain the relationship? Like, am I willing to say, look, if you don't give me this raise, I'm going to find a new job and end the relationship? So for me, I have a tendency to, I mean, I have fear of abandonment. Like, that's one of my symptoms is like frantic efforts to avoid abandonment. And so I find myself being scared that if I advocate for myself, if I prioritize my self-respect, or if I prioritize my goal, then maybe that's going to harm the relationship, you know? And that's like a struggle that I have where I'm like, well, I don't want to get fired, or like, I don't want this person to be mad at me and stop talking to me. So that's like a thing that I'm still working on is, you know, having the self-respect and like standing up for myself and communicating what I feel is true in situations where I'm like concerned for the relationship, you know? One of the few upsides of being raised by a narcissist is that I can sniff out bad people really quickly. I'm much better at it now than I used to be, for sure. When I was much younger, I was just desperate for attention and validation, so I would take it from anywhere. And that's part of growing, is recognizing that like, ugh, I wouldn't have dated that person, or I shouldn't have dated that person, but I was just desperate for attention. And like, I just wanted someone to be nice to me. I can sense some timidness, no offense. No, listen, like, you're right. I have a lot of confidence in this space because I have all the power in this space. I'm not as concerned about the individual relationship between each individual one of you because I literally cannot possibly know all of you. There are 70 people here. It's like, you're reaching the maximum number of human beings that I am able to even remember at one time, much less be concerned for our individual relationships. Of course, it would be bad if I pissed all of you off and you refused to watch the show anymore, because then I would not have a job. But, like, yeah. As far as my interpersonal relationships, I think a lot of people fear what would happen if you got into a conflict. Like, I am conflict avoidant. I have some shit that I need to say sometimes. Yeah, except for me, though. You know me and care about me specifically, right? Specifically Mama Mephistopheles. As a schizophrenic, I believe everyone is against me. Oh, that's so tough. That's so difficult. I try to be honest even if I offend people sometimes. Also, I'm working really hard to have compassion for other people even when they offend me. I do fail at this sometimes, but I'm still working on it. You're always gonna kind of fail at things and have to come back around to it, you know? That's, you know, you just gotta incremental steps. Sometimes I stand up for myself and it doesn't go well. Sometimes I tell someone, I think you owe me an apology, and then they don't apologize to me. And then I have to decide what I'm going to do with myself after that. And like, how am I going to change tack, or am I going to continue talking to this person? Like, it's tough when you're dealing with people who like just are not good at apologizing. Thank you, Odd Spectre. I try to be fairly positive. I want to be positive. I want to have positivity in my life. I've started noticing complainers. You know, not in this community per se, but I've started noticing if I'm like, most of the things this person says are like complaints. I'm like, okay, am I going to start pointing that out? Or like, I don't want to be around people who mostly find the negativity and stuff. The world is negative enough as it is. I'm sitting here like, I'm dealing with really difficult issues, and I'm trying my hardest to turn my mind toward the positive. I'm stressed and I'm upset about things. Like, you know, the whole Gaza situation, like I'm checked out mentally from that. And I'm like desperately trying to find the positive. So when people are like, I'm going to complain a lot, I'm like, yeah, listen, I need no external assistance seeing bad things. I do not need that in my life. So yeah, I'm, you know, I just turned 30 and I'm really hitting this time in my life where I'm going to start being more discerning about how much energy I give to certain people and certain things. External sources of positivity or small gratitude helps me. I have a bed to sleep in, for example. Yeah. Last night, I was really stressing out as I was going to sleep. And one of the things that you can do if you're like, I have nightmares consistently a lot of the time. And so my therapist was like, you can kind of imagine yourself in a safe space. And I did do EMDR for a bit, and EMDR does imagine yourself in a safe space kind of thing. And I was finding that that's like not working as much, because every place I can imagine is technically a place that is still potentially dangerous, you know? Like, I used to imagine myself like in a forest clearing, but now I'm thinking about bear attacks. And I used to think of myself in a spaceship, like alone in a spaceship, just, you know, going in one direction, drifting in the one direction. But space is full of dangers and it's constantly scary. So I'm like trying to engage my imagination and go, yeah, but this isn't a real spaceship. This is the private spaceship in my mind. Like, because it's in my mind, it can't hurt me. Like, there can't be a catastrophic failure because it's in my mind. But it wasn't really working. So last night I was just like, I'm just going to imagine myself in like basically a dark space where I'm not really envisioning the area around me. And I'm imagining like not only being held, because I do sleep with a person who does hold me, and I regularly fall asleep in someone's arms, which is pretty great. But like not just holding me, but like rubbing my muscles because I am sore a lot. And that's what helped me fall asleep last night. And I did have better dreams last night. It was still a little bit stressful. I had a dream recently where I got in a car accident. Okay. Last night I had a dream where I was in high school again. Like comparatively, the dream where I got in a car accident was way more stressful. So yeah, we're working on things. Oh my God, the pot roast just started smelling good. I overheat if someone holds me all night. No, I can't do it all night, but for the first like 20 minutes, that's good stuff. Or sometimes I'll be cuddled up and then I'll stick like my entire leg and my ass out from under the covers. Yay. Thank you, Max, for the tier 1 sub. Buying some color for Discord. Nice. I saw you earlier telling someone that they shouldn't post a meme in the Discourse channel. The impulse to mod is still there. Not allowed. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Mama Mephistopheles would like to file an official complaint, which is that we haven't hit the dono goal, and so she can't see me flex. I know, so sad. I hate the dream of being in high school. Yeah. I hate the dream of being in high school because my awareness of COVID is still there in my dreams. And I'm like in a crowded classroom and I'm like, I don't want to breathe right now. That's like the most stressful thing about it, I think. Okay, but would you rather imagine bear attacks in a clearing or a man attacks in a clearing? I know. Anything you poke out of the blanket will be eaten by demons. Me pokes ass out of the blankets. True. I live in a 1-bedroom in Brooklyn and it's my sanctuary. Yeah. I did try for a while to imagine myself just in my bedroom, but like the doors are barred and stuff, but then I started getting freaked out about home invasions, so... What was weird was that I was like, I know I'm 30 years old and I'm back in high school and I needed to like get 1 credit. I was only taking 1 class. I'm pretty regularly having high school dreams. The worst part is I'm usually the same age I am now. Yeah, and my brain knows I'm not supposed to be there, so I usually get kicked out. Well, I didn't get kicked out, but I was like, damn, what makes you feel the safest? Safety doesn't really exist. Safety doesn't really exist. And that's the problem with that's the problem with rational brain is I can imagine the safest possible situation, but the house could still catch fire. Or like, oh my God, I get the sudden COVID panics in public places and dreams. Yes. COVID awareness in a dream. I had one that was like, what's wrong? Oh shit, I'm naked, but I was fully clothed. It was realizing I was unmasked that felt wrong in the dream. Yeah. It's always like someone wants to take me through somewhere, and I'm like, well, I don't have my mask, and I only realize that after I'm already in the crowd, and it, oh. Yeah. That has done a hell of a number on me, honestly. Because, like, of course that's going to chip away your sense of safety. Literally, in my waking life, nowhere I go is safe. I have to wear personal protective equipment. Personal protective equipment anywhere I go in public. Yeah, having to pay bills every month means I never feel safe and secure. Yeah. Like, my partner and I have separate bank accounts, and I do not make very much money. So... yeah, there is like an anxiety involved with like, I have to keep making money. I try not to push it too hard on the show. Like, you know, thank you for the donations. And like, yeah, if you donate, that means that I'm moving across the country. I might have to I might not have to, but I might go ahead and start a GoFundMe for my moving across the country thing. Like gift donations are not taxable in the same way. So like, yeah, like I do worry about money every month. Cause even if like my partner makes plenty of money, but I still don't want to be in the position where I have to ask because that's a power dynamic that I don't want to engage with. Yeah, Prosy Rosie says, please donate to the Luxander. No matter where you are, a meteor could strike or a gamma ray burst or vacuum decay, or you could do your best to not worry about those because they're a few leagues beyond your control. Right. Yeah, I tend to think about things that are more like personally dangerous, like someone breaking into my house or like some other things like that. Once a psychiatrist told me that those kind of dreams are basically a feeling of being overwhelmed on some level and not prepared to deal with the situation. Insecurity dream. Yeah, I do feel kind of constantly overwhelmed, which is why it's nice to do these sort of more free-flowing, chill streams, because I don't, like, because it's less stress. I don't have to worry about it as much. I left my abuser over a decade ago and she still turns up in my dreams too, so all the things she threatened, I'm sick of it. They feel so real. Yeah, I'm really sorry, bud. I still dream about my mom, and I did prolonged exposure therapy and got over my CPTSD from my mom, but I still have dreams about her. I had a dream about her recently where my younger sibling was there. My younger sibling, who is not one of my mother's children, was there, and I was like, you need to stay the fuck away from my sibling. Like, I was livid. So most of the time when I have dreams about my mom, I'm in a position of power now. Like, I hit her instead of her hitting me, or I remove myself, or like she's begging for my forgiveness or something. So I still have dreams about my mother yelling at me or hitting me, my ex making all my friends leave me, and it's been so long since they did those things to me, but it sucks hard. It sticks in there. Sticks in there. I'm not going to go in details about my situation with my mom, but yes, she was physically abusive. TLDR, too long, didn't read. Long story short, she was physically abusive. She, yeah. I'm not going to go into details because I think that's just a little bit... we just don't need to talk about child abuse in detail. But yes, no, I mean, yeah, it was not good. My worst nightmares, though, I wonder if anybody can relate to this. My, like, wake-up gasping nightmares are ones where someone close to me is ignoring me or doing something that would obviously hurt me. Not physically, but like something that would obviously upset me, and they just don't care. Like, I've had dreams where people are basically just like, yeah, no one cares, deal with it. And I'm like, okay. If that tells you anything about my trauma, you know, and how that ties in to like in my day-to-day life, having like difficulty advocating for myself, you know, like, yeah, because I like clearly on a subconscious level, based on my dreams, I have these like fears that if I tell people that they've upset me, then they'll just tell me to get the fuck over it, and like my problem doesn't get solved. So yeah, dreams do be telling you about your trauma sometimes. Lucid dreaming is great. I need to relearn how to do it. There have been like 3 or 4 times in my entire life that I've realized that I was dreaming while I was dreaming. And it's usually like something stressful is happening, and then it occurs to me that I'm dreaming, and then I go, oh, it's okay then. And then I just kind of fall back into the dream, but the situation changes or it's less stressful. Like one time I had a dream where I was like, I can't remember any of the surrounding situation, but I was in a hallway and there was a man being like scary to me in this enclosed space. And I was like, oh, I'm dreaming. And then I was just somewhere else. But I did not continue to remember that I was dreaming and like take control of it and do anything. So I don't really like lucid dream, but there have been a few occasions where I've realized that I am dreaming. And it's kind of interesting that you remember those situations. It's kind of fun. My worst dreams are of monsters trying to get in the house. Yeah. So, Yeah, we be dealing with our psyches. Ooh, there's 120 likes on the show today. Wow. I would really love to get to a point where having like 90 to 100 people in here, that's pretty fucking good. Getting like 100 likes on a regular basis, that's pretty fucking good. I guess the next goal is to get to like 420 likes, get to the next meme number. We get to 69 pretty regularly. So the next goal is to get to 420. I have CPTSD and I got prescribed hydroxyzine to help me sleep. It does help calm the central nervous system. Hydroxyzine, I don't know what that one is. At one point, I was prescribed prazosin to help minimize my dreams, but prazosin is a blood pressure medication, and I already have low blood pressure, so I don't want to keep taking it. I'm hoping, like I said last night, the kind of mental exercise that I did before falling asleep, I think did help because I still had a dream that was kind of stressful, but it wasn't like a car accident. Yeah, true, Andy. After 420, the next goal is it's over 9,000. I love Vegeta so much. That's not even. I'm not even being funny. Vegeta is like unironically my favorite Dragon Ball character. Oh yeah, hydroxyzine is an antihistamine. Yeah. Okay, so like in the same way that Benadryl can sometimes have a calming or sleepy effect, hydroxyzine. Yeah. I've been on that before. It's like being on Xanax, but like not Xanax. Now it's 127. Wow. Do you like bossa nova music? I usually like basically every night we listen to an audiobook series. Recently I did skip a couple chapters. If you're familiar at all with the Inheritance series and the chapter The Trial of the Long Knives, I skipped that chapter and the subsequent chapter where she's like, I lost a lot of blood and I'm feeling really woozy. I was like, this is going to stress me out a lot. So I do sometimes skip parts of the book so that I can get to parts that are like not actively stressful, but it's so deeply familiar that that's how I fall asleep. Just listen to the same audiobook series for like 10 plus years of my life. I mean, I first read it when I was like 14 or 15. So, yeah. Big ups to my dude Christopher Paolini for writing my favorite book series. I'm not going to say that it's the best written book series or anything, but it is my comfort series. You can't medicate CPTSD, but you can mitigate some of the symptoms with prescriptions. Yeah. So prazosin is a medication it's for lowering blood pressure, but it also has the side effect of canceling out your dreams. Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine. It's an allergy medicine, but that you can use to just calm your body down. I cannot listen to anything and fall asleep. I can't shut down the brain while there's active input, even like instrumental music. Usually I feel that way. It's just like the familiarity of this, there's no surprise to it. But everybody's different. I also don't think I would sleep as well if there wasn't like a fan blowing. We sleep with a fan, and like not only does that help with the overheating at night problem, but it also is nice because it's like, and then that way you can't hear like the cat making noise or someone slams their car door parked outside on the street or something. ASMR perhaps. I don't think I find ASMR very relaxing. that my D&D group gets this shit together sometime soon. Actually, there might be... Ooh, looks like my D&D campaign might actually be starting sometime in the next month or so. That'll be fun. I've never played D&D before. I'm starting to find the sound of my husband's CPAP noise soothing. Nice. It's like rhythmic. Can't sleep in silence. I mean, you're never sleeping in silence. If you live out in the woods and you're quote unquote trying to sleep in silence, guess what? You can hear coyotes and you can hear like birds. You can hear the owls. If you live in a city, then you can hear the cars and people's dogs. And, you know, there is no such thing as sleeping in silence. So that's what the white noise helps for sure. I used to have a dog that was snoring too. The sound of rain on a wooden roof. Ooh, I love the sound of rain. I sleep so much better during like a thunderstorm. I'm just like... I'm like drooling and yeah. D&D is designed so that all the work can be heaped on the DM, but I promise all DMs appreciate if you keep proper track, take notes, and make an active effort with the math and stuff, and always ask before you roll. Yeah, actually my intention is to basically like take notes during the thing so that I remember, you know, oh, this person, because I'm not going to be able, I can't remember shit. So if one of my party mates has some event happen, I'll type it up so that I can remember all those details and like have a summary. Cool. Yeah. Okay, well... Let me see if this thing about the college campuses, I'm not sure if there's anything like particularly of note in here. I'm trying to decide whether I'm going to talk about this. Okay, yeah, I do think this will be worth reading, this article. And then Google D-lists sites providing DIY hormone therapy. Oh, I can't actually read this article because I'm not subscribed, and I'm not going to subscribe. So, okay, we'll skip that. Have you heard about the Keffels situation? Which one? She's always got something going on. Have you ever fallen asleep to the sound of snow silence? It absorbs and dampens all sounds, and the animals aren't making any noises anyway. It's my favorite sound or lack thereof in the world. I do appreciate some snow dampening. That's usually good stuff. Something new going on with Keffels. She's one of those people where there's always something going on with her. And at a certain point, I'm kind of like... So there are unlucky people, you know? There are unlucky people who have a lot of bad things happen to them kind of through no fault of their own, you know? Like, I have had friends who it's like, their car gets broken into, and then their purse gets stolen, and then their favorite cup gets stolen at the Renaissance Festival. Like, a lot of different stuff, like, happens. And it's like, yeah, some people are just unlucky, or maybe you parked your car in a bad neighborhood or something. Like, I'm not saying it's their fault. I'm just saying, like, sometimes bad shit happens to people over and over again because it's just, like, statistically, it's gotta happen to someone. Like, someone is gonna have a series of bad luck. Keffels... Keffels at a certain point, it kind of feels like she's not just unlucky. She's like starting problems just as much as things are just happening to her. So, you know, it's like there's always something with her. Every other month, it feels like there's some fucking drama, and I hear Keffels' name. And it's like, oh, Keffels and Xanderhall are beefing. And I'm like, okay, I know basically nothing about either of you at this point. I don't know who Mudahar is. I've heard this name before, and I know like this bad association with Mutahar, but I don't know anything about him. He's got a channel called Some Ordinary Gamers. Okay. Excuse me. Keffels hasn't made any content in a while, which is what makes it kind of weird that the video dropped so recently. Is she still streaming? Or... I don't know. I know that she had to go on the run because of Kiwi Farms, like, following her or whatever. And then she left the country, and now I think she might be living in Ireland, and then she had to go to rehab. And then she's beefing with this person, and then she's beefing with that person, and like... Keffels is the kind of person that I'm gonna give her a wide berth, because I feel like if I were to try to talk to her, I would get sucked into some kind of insane drama. Mutahar used to be a gaming and tech-focused channel, but now he just does YouTuber drama and news. Haven't really been liking his takes recently. I did see, just amusingly, that Poppy and Xena mentioned me recently, and they at least said, like, they kept me separate. They were like, these dumbass YouTubers like Luxander and other drama YouTubers. It's like, oh, okay, so she's at least distinguishing me as separate from the drama YouTubers. The less you know about Keffel's details, the more grass you are touching, and that's frankly a nice place to stay. Yeah. God bless her, you know, I don't hold anything against her, but she's the kind of person who I'm like, you are someone who I do not want in my life or anywhere near me, because I'm gonna get drawn into some bullshit. Like, yeah. Like, no hard feelings toward her or anything. Like, I get it, like, drug addiction is really hard. I have massive respect for her going to rehab and getting that shit in control. Like, that's, you know... Like, yeah, as someone, I'm on day 5 of sobriety, like, I really appreciate how difficult that can be. But yeah, I just don't really need to know anything about her. My cat is yelling. Screaming. What he doesn't know is that if he doesn't stop screaming, I'm gonna go pick him up and bring him over here and torture him. Oh, I'm gonna go get him. You gotta wait. Hold on. He was shouting. So, now he has to deal with the punishment. Hi, baby. Yes, you are very good. Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yeah, you're gonna have to sit here and deal with it for a minute, though. Why were you screaming, huh? It's not like you were locked out of anything. You weren't locked into anything. Why? Why, sir? And now you're gonna try to jump away? You can't. You can't. Yeah, he's giant. He honestly weighs like probably 17 pounds. I don't even know. He's a big boy. That's how I feel. He asked for attention and he got it. We like to give him the belly smacks. Yeah? Would you like to say something? You're right next to the microphone. Do you have something to say? Hmm? Ah! You're so heavy! Oh my god, my boob. Ow! Let go of my pants, sir. Ah! Ugh. Don't bully him, he's autistic. Let's record a new like and subscribe, okay? You gotta look at the camera, sir. You gotta look at the camera. Hey, 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 let go of me. Let go. Come on. Let go of me. Let go. Hey, you should like, comment, and subscribe. And you can hit up the Patreon or maybe buy one of these hoodies that I'm wearing because it's good merch. Do it. Do it for the cat. Do it, do it. Okay, that's gonna be my new like and subscribe for the next 2 months. He's so distraught. Are you done? Are you done, sir? Oh my god, you're grabbing my hand now. Baby. Baby. Yeah? Okay, I'll put you down now. You have to let go of my jacket, though. Can you get your claw out of my jacket, please? There you go. Ah, okay. Yeah, he started flicking his tail out of annoyance there. Mm-hmm. The punishment hugs. He got hugs, and they were punishment hugs. Yes, he's very cute. He's a good baby. And I will use him to blackmail people into hitting the like and subscribe buttons. His name is Mitternacht, which is the German word for midnight. And he's a little butthead sometimes. Honestly, he's probably one of the most chill cats I've had. One of the biggest house cats I've seen in years, yeah. Which is wild, because his mom was like, I don't know, I want to say half the size. She was not very big. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, he is baby. Y'all, what if Lux is just small? I am small, but I'm not so small that it would make a cat look that big. I've seen cats that, like, at their full size are, like, less than 10 pounds. And that's crazy to me because I'm used to having cats that are, like, big fat boys. Even the runt of the litter of the recent... Like, we had a couple of cats from one litter, and they passed away a couple years ago now, but, they were, like... Even the runt of that litter was still, like, 14 pounds at his heaviest. Like, still a pretty big baby. Wait till y'all see a Maine Coon. Mr. Midnight is the name of the black kitty from Fran Bow. Oh man, I haven't seen Fran Bow in forever. I watched Markiplier play it, like, a long time ago. What's up, Duke Bonanza? Cat looking like you feed them corn. He gets fed a chicken and blueberry kibble. Chicken and blueberry, no grain kibble. I do my best, okay? Shout out to Demon Mama for suggesting the First Mate brand because it's a good brand. I had a runt at 3 pounds. Was that at the maximum size? Holy cow. See, this is what I mean. Like, cats are often much smaller than I think they are gonna be because I'm so used to big, fat fucking boys. Like, big boys. Notice how he's not screaming now. He got the picture. Like, sir, if you scream, I will pick you up and hold you even though you don't like that. Okay. So we basically have, like, 2 things that I have lined up to talk about still. My cat will not eat wet food. He'll go over and, like, lick it. He'll lick up all the liquid. And then he won't, like, actually chomp on it and eat it. It's kind of annoying, but that's the only reason why he's still on kibble, is because he just refuses to eat wet food. 3 pounds at a maximum adult weight. I named him Minnie. Yeah, that tracks. That makes perfect sense to me. I've heard good things about Blue Buffalo, yeah. Just get food from a company that is not based in the United States. If the company is based in the United States and you're getting pet food, like, it is not subject to any standards for food safety. So Canadian foods, subject to food safety standards. Which seems crazy, right? It seems crazy that cat food and dog food in the United States is not subject to food safety standards in any way. Excuse me. What's up, Windleby? Chicken and fruit is also a good combo, even if you aren't a cat. True. One of our favorite meals in my house is just chicken breast, which I brown in the pan. Well, first of all, I brine it for at least 30 minutes in a wet brine, which is just like salt water. And then I brown it up, and then it goes in the oven and it gets roasted for like 20 to 25 minutes with either Brussels sprouts or asparagus or something like that, and then like mashed potatoes. That's like a winning dinner. If I cook that, then everybody's happy. True, the US wouldn't have standards for human food if they thought they could get away with it. And they often have like the least standards possible. Shocking how much American food isn't even allowed to be sold in Europe. I found out that Ritz crackers, like these things, I think they are still banned in Europe, even though they're supposed to not use cottonseed oil anymore. But they used to use cottonseed oil, which is associated with cardiovascular risk. Captain Vaughn, what's up? Welcome to the website. Thank you so much for joining over on the website. Enjoy the custom emojis. My country was exporting powdered spices that could cause cancer. Highly, ugh. Yeah. Ritz is still banned. I was in Germany and Czechia last summer. Yeah, and I think that they've changed it. Carcinogens included in American food are illegal in Canada and Europe. Mm-hmm. They didn't actually inspect food until there was a book called The Jungle that exposed sawdust and stuff like sausages. I'll swear by pickle brine for my chicken for the rest of my life, swear to God. I should try that sometime. The problem is that I drink pickle brine. Like, I get the jar, and I eat the pickles, and then there's only juice in the bottom, and then I drink it. Delicious. Okay, you know what? I want to talk about something funny. Thank you, Mama Mephistopheles, for sharing this in the stream recommendations channel of the Discord server. Because I thought it was funny. And kind of cute. This picture has so few pixels. How did this happen? Why are there so few pixels? I drink the brine first. Well, I want to, like... It's not good for the pickles to be dry in the jar. I'm sorry, Milena, you're slacking. I'm sorry, that was a joke. There's so many white names in here because you're not here to eradicate them. No, I do. I appreciate the insane amount of donations that you put in the chat. It's good stuff. See, Max? Oh, yeah. I can take away your mod status if you want, Max. But obviously the live shows don't really need very much moderation. There's like almost no moderation that needs to happen in here, which is kind of amazing. I guess that's one of the benefits to being a tiny YouTuber who nobody cares about. I say nobody, I mean like the mainstream crazy people don't care about me. There's Milena, back at it again with the white vans, with 10 gifted tier 1 subs. My mission! So yeah, Bobby Codes, Twitchy Witch, Nuvenal, Windleby, Self-Combusted, Prosy Rosie, Captain Vaughn, Odd Spectre, Qberry Shortcake, and Crease. Enjoy your gifted subs. Thank you, Milena. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. That brings us up to $90 on today's stream donation goal. If we get $10 more, Mama Mephistopheles gets her wish of seeing me flex once again. Ah, Mersh is still white. Unfortunate. Can we get some dicks in chat to celebrate? All these new green names. Dicks in chat. Do it, do it, do it. How big of a combo can you do? You can add to the combo even if you don't have a sub also. And one specifically for Mersh. There you go. So many dicks. And there's Jackie Sins with a super chat. Thank you, $10 super chat. That puts us at 105 for today. Dang. Thank you. A thank you, a thank you, a thank you. Okay. Now, before I get to talking about the thing that I want to talk about next, it's time for flex. It's so nice and toasty warm in my hoodie. So lovely. Indeed, happy Sunday. I feel like the flexes are not as impressive right now because I'm definitely like, I need to go back to the gym. It's a thing that needs to occur. I did go back last week, and then this week I was like, oh, I'm healing from my tattoo. Oh, I haven't been sleeping well. Ooh, I've got excuses to not go. Like, ooh, if I put my hair up, the flexing that happens when I put my hair up. I'm not gonna actually put my hair up. It's just a fun excuse. Can I, like, I'm figuring out how to flex my back. Like, make this muscle bigger. Anyway, we're working on body recomposition right now. I'm doing a bulk, but it's also gonna be like, there's a little bit of fat, and I'm just trying to, like, slim that down. Respectfully, listen. You have to look respectfully on here. If I ever start posting on Fansly again, you're allowed to look disrespectfully. Left arm is the big arm. Let it go flaccid. See this? Yeah. I'm ready to go back and bulk at the gym. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is Arms Day. Yes. Oh, that's exciting. That's good. I'm excited for Arms Day tomorrow. Because I will go back to the gym tomorrow. There's nothing that can stop me. How hard can you flex? I don't know. I don't try very hard. I'm like, that's like the most effort I can put into it. Like, and at that point, it's like hurting my shoulder. I've discovered that going to the gym frequently can upset people around me when I'm making plans because they see it as a lower priority than I do. Oh, like when you're trying to make plans with your friends and they're like, well, you're prioritizing going to the gym over hanging out with me. It's like, yeah, sorry, it's my health. It's a priority. I worked out so much before transition that I've still got huge biceps and a bit of a bat wing from the muscle deterioration. Yeah. It's self-care. I know. Listen, I have aesthetic goals. I have health goals. And they're both served by going to the gym on a regular basis. I like that the whole mommy-dommy thing is in now. Like muscle mommies. The worst of both worlds for a trans femme. Fair enough. Not even just over hanging out with them, period. Just that I can't spend all day at your place because I'm going to be going to the gym. Yeah. Like, can you just not deal with me going to your house after? Like, I'm going to go to the gym and then I'll shower and then I'll come over. Your arms are like as big as mine. Listen. I'm doing my best. Okay? Now I got to put it all away. I noticed my muscles started deteriorating after I was forced off HRT, and I was bummed about it for a long time. Yeah. I mean, it is hard. If your body's full of estrogen, it's hard to gain muscle, and if something stressful out of your control is happening to you, then it's hard to maintain the desire to work out. Rise of the muscle mommy. Rise of the dawn of the muscle mommy. G-blockers and E are killing my arms. I know. I don't like being on estrogen birth control, but one thing that is good about it is that I don't have that cycle where, like, for the first 3 weeks of the month, you're doing okay, and then your body starts doing menstruation stuff, and then you're like, I literally can't lift as much as I was lifting last week. It's really annoying. Okay. So let's start a fun thing now, okay? You know how the transphobes always say things like, we can always tell, we can always tell. And they do the transvestigation. Some of the funniest ones that I see on Twitter are, you know, a trans woman is being told that she looks like a man, and then she posts a picture. Mia Moore does this a lot. She posts a picture of someone like Sigourney Weaver from back in the day when she was still, you know, like a young, smooth-faced woman. And these transphobes are always like, no, obviously with that jawline, I can tell that you're really a man. So they're transvestigating these very clearly cisgender actresses and other famous people just because someone is posting that picture in the context of transness, you know? So this is funny for me because I'm non-binary, and here's how it works for me. Here's how it works, okay? If my hair is down like this, people assume that I'm a trans girl, and they're like, oh my God, you're obviously a man, which is funny for me because in actuality, I was assigned female at birth. And then here's the other thing. If I put my hair up, which I don't have a hair tie right now, so you're just going to have to imagine that my hair is up, okay? I put my hair up like this, and I look like someone who's trying to look like a man. You know, same hoodie. Nothing else has changed. Same hoodie. And I put the hair up like this, and they're like, oh my God, you're trying to be a man, but you're obviously a woman. Like, get back in the kitchen. And so being misgendered doesn't mean anything to me anymore because they can never tell. It's literally just whether my hair is up or down. That's it. They see an androgynous person, and whether my hair is up or down, whatever they think I'm trying to look like, they'll just say I look like the opposite. So here's a fun one. This was shared by Mama Mephistopheles over in the Discord server. Whoop, not right. Okay. So this is a tweet. This person posted a picture of themselves and of me next to each other. Can I buy some pixels? Why is this so scrungly? Anyway, and what is this person's pronouns? Pronouns she/they. This is a cisgender person who identifies as a demigirl. So, like, assigned female at birth. They were assigned female at birth. And this is the tweet. It's funny how people try to claim trans women look like men with long hair, or that trans women look like men. Here is a side-by-side picture of a trans woman and I. She thinks I'm a trans woman. She almost looks like she could be my identical twin if it weren't for the piercing differences. Like, I personally don't think we look that much alike. Like, that's just me. Like, we've got different eyebrow shape, different eye shape. Our noses are quite different. Lips are different. Like, that's just me. But that's not what we're here to nitpick. What we're here for is the comments, okay? Some of these people, like, some of these posts have been hidden, and some of these posts are from accounts that I've blocked. So let's look at this one. This one says, he's a man. Okay, we're gonna have to look through the posts that were hidden by the original author. Let's see. Yeah, some people corrected her that I'm not a trans woman. Did she hide all of the transphobic tweets? Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna have to go through the hidden tweets. Let's go look at the hidden tweets. Hidden replies. They look like men because they are men. Show us a picture of the genitals to show they are women. It's superficial to keep saying these men, quote, pass, because it infers that they are not women, but can pass as a woman, but they're really a man. You see what you want to see. It's obvious which one is the dude. Fool yourself, but not the rest of us. Again, this is two people who are assigned female at birth in this situation. Okay, let's play. The person on the left is a man. Except one of them is a man, so shrug. And then, of course, posting pictures of some random trans woman. The one on the left looks like a guy. You almost look like a guy, too. You both look like shit. Congrats. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna say that I look great in this picture. I'm like, my lips are all chapped to fuck, you know? But still a man. There is no, quote, look like. You simply are a fucking man, bro. Deal with it, sir. Still a man, though. Maybe if I had cataracts and it was dark. Some pass better in photos than others. I've yet to see one truly pass IRL. And then someone's calling her a man. Like, sure, dude. Did they show the genitals, right? Yeah. Listen, if I were, and I have no plans to, if I were to ever start posting actual, like, spicy pictures on Fansly, which for now I just post, like, just thirst traps, like, fun outfits that are, I'll do a little pose, but I'm, like, fully clothed. It would be very expensive. Listen, if you're like, I'm gonna transvestigate you, I want to know what your genitals are look like, babe, you're gonna have to pay big fucking money. Cause yeah, I just, like, it's so funny. I used to want to, like, I like the idea of, if I got bottom surgery, having those pictures be available, but knowing that so many people basically post revenge porn, like, I could post those pictures privately in a surgery specific group for trans people only, and it's like, there's still gonna be one person who slips through the cracks, like one transphobe who then takes your pictures and, like, starts spreading them everywhere and making fun of your dick. And, like, I cannot think of anything worse than having a brand new penis that I'm still adjusting to, and I'm still dealing with the whole healing process, and then having transphobes, like, talk shit about it, you know? I don't want to invite that into my life. Anyway, this person posts a spit take gif. The man is on the left. It's not difficult. These two people look nothing alike. If we were to see him in real life, there would be dozens of giveaways. There are 6,500 gene differences between men and women. Like, okay, cool. Why are you TRAs nothing but liars? That's not a, quote, trans woman. Plastic fruit, quote, passes very well, too. Just, like, hammering on the idea that, like, again, this is two people who are both assigned female at birth and who identify as non-binary of some kind. But because the premise that was started here is that I am a trans woman, that's what the narrative is. She's corrected herself at this point. They noticed that people said in the comments that, like, I'm non-binary, and potentially people were saying that I was assigned female. So they've corrected themselves on that. They know that I'm not a trans woman. But still, that being the premise here, oh, I'm saying this is a trans woman, and I'm comparing her to me. Like, that's all you have to do. All you have to say is, this trans person is a trans woman. And then people will start saying, oh, they look like a man. Just like Mia Moore posting pictures of Sigourney Weaver. Like, oh, so you're saying I look like a man? Posts a picture of Sigourney Weaver. Like, yes, you look like a man. Look at your Adam's apple. Look at how broad your shoulders are. Like, first of all, do you not know who Sigourney Weaver is? Did you not know? Oh, and truly, if I was like, no, I have a pussy because I was born with it, they would be like, well, we can tell that's a neovagina. It's a wound. It's a gaping hole. You're never going to be a real blah, blah, blah. Like, okay. It's great to know that that's what you think of intersex women who need to have vaginoplasty done. Cool. Also love how they talk about the difference in sexes, but don't realize everyone has an Adam's apple to some extent. My favorite is when there's, like, a bikini photo of a clearly cisgender woman, or a drawing maybe, maybe not a photo, but, like, and they say, oh my God, look at that bulge. And I'm sitting here going, do you not know about pelvic bones? And not just pelvic bones, but there's, like, a little bit of fat on top of the pelvic bone for people assigned female. Like, there's typically not very much fat there if you're assigned male. But, like, yeah, it's called the mons pubis, the pubic mound, and every person assigned female, unless they have it surgically changed or they are critically underweight, everyone has, yeah, the crotch mountain. The little, you pat it, you know, it's got the fuzz on it. Most transphobes have never seen a vulva IRL. Truly virgin behavior, I will say. It is truly virginal behavior. Women are marsupials, confirmed. The primordial pouch. I'm gonna scroll through and see if there's anything particularly amusing in these comments still. Oh, people are transvestigating her as well, saying, you are as much a, quote, woman as Rachel Dolezal is black. Biology dictates that's still a dude, though. The one on the left looks male. I mean, like, thank you, I guess? Thanks, I guess. Because the trouble for me with the fact that people assume that I'm a trans woman and that they say, this trans woman is indistinguishable from a cis female, it means that, like, I don't look very trans right now, I guess is sort of how it feels sometimes, is like, oh, because I'm taking, like, estrogen birth control, people assume correctly that I am assigned female at birth. But again, I don't even get caught up on it anymore because it genuinely just matters, like, what you say I am or whether my hair is up or down. Non-binary people do. They short out the turf brain. The funniest responder deleted all her replies, unfortunately. She was the most embarrassing turf I ever argued with. It was lots of fun. And so people are, yeah, saying this again about her. You're just bitter because you made choices which landed you at the bottom of the uncanny valley, which is why sane people feel unease and disgust at the sight of you. This post is so deluded because troons only care about how they look. No, sorry, it's very obvious that the trans woman is the one on the left. You look nothing alike. Like, again, I will agree. I don't think that we look very much alike. That's not the point that she was making. Like, she can see facial similarities between us. That's whatever. Perpetually adrift, yeah. You're still a man with every characteristic of a man. Trans identity is an overactive imagination, paraphilia, or a gay in denial. Like, oh, you are female. Wait, what? You're still a man. Wait, what? You're still a man. Okay. This person starts out saying you're a man, and then they say you are female. Confused. Luxander is a mentally ill person. I mean, true, but not for that reason. One of them has a cock and balls. Oh my god, girl. He looks like a man because he is a man. Go figure. I guess I do look like a man. I guess. Yeah, that girl dick. True. Listen, if I got bottom surgery, it would functionally be a girl dick. I think of it with she pronouns and everything. GCs are extremely confused all the time. That's why they're so scared. Being confused does make people feel scared. I can't even bother to be offended. True. Like, it's not even possible for me to be offended. The madam meat. Oh my god, that's perfect and amazing. The madam meat. I missed something. Are these tweets about you? Yeah. This person posted a picture of me and was like, they assumed that I was a trans woman, and then all these people are saying, no, they don't look like a female. They look like a man. I'm like, okay. All right. There's just nothing to say. It's not like we have anything critical analysis here. This is just for fun. This is just these people are stupid and they think that, like, there's a significant difference and that they can always tell, but they can't. You just have to, if you lead the witness the tiniest bit by calling me a trans woman, they will kind of inadvertently validate my transness by just being like, no, that's a man. Yeah, it's like someone insulting your intelligence in a post filled with obvious spelling errors. Congratulations, you played yourself. This just keeps going on. Like, I can't read all of them because tons of people responded to this apparently. But like, he's a man, still a dude, man. How someone looks doesn't make them a man or a woman. I bet her penis looks just like yours too. You people are mentally ill. Men are not women. A very ugly woman as a comparison to a man is not the brag you think it is. Could mean that you look like a dude. He's a dude and it's obvious. Like, it just... Oh yes, filters are amazing. Oh yeah, the filters that I use on my screenshot from a video where I'm talking and gesticulating. Transvestigators assemble. Yeah, I can't tell what gender they are, but I'm attracted to them, so I need to be angry. What's even more embarrassing to a TERF than calling an AFAB person a man? Calling two AFAB people men. Yeah. Like, y'all are dumb. I'm sorry. I know it's uncouth. I know we're not supposed to use ableist remarks. I know that I'm apparently participating in eugenics by calling dumb people dumb, but these people are dumb. They're terminally stupid. Like, I don't think any of these people are redeemable. Exactly, Somnio. Tell me you're attracted to trans people without telling me you're attracted to trans people. You just ree about the fact that trans people are attractive, basically. Like, I'm an experience. I'm an elusive. You can't tell. You can't tell what's what. You're so fascinated. These people are so fascinated by the idea that I might have a dick and balls. They're like they need to see it. They need to know. They're gonna sexually harass me and talk about my genitals because they're like just so intensely deep in this. Yeah, they're desperate. Show me your genitals. I am very normal. Exactly. They're not dumb because they have bad genes, but rather because they have every opportunity to learn and grow and ask actual questions, but they just refuse to because they don't want to risk any knowledge that contradicts their biases. Yeah, there's like a willful stupidity. Oh yeah, I'll have to go in and fix that, Melena. Sorry, I'm just in the middle of... I just have to go in the back end. Hey! Anyway, that's not what I meant. I meant the back end of the website. Yeah, and of course, these are the people filming trans women in the bathroom and calling them perverts. To be fair, I do kind of lump myself in with trans women when I'm talking about trans issues, which is probably confusing to people, but like, I look like a trans woman. I am afraid of the same kinds of things that trans women are afraid of. Like, you know, y'all have heard me talk about, oh, I live in Kansas and they made it to where like legally I'm required to use the female restroom because I'm supposed to use the restroom of my sex assigned at birth. But I'm like, I'm afraid to use female restrooms because I don't want to be clocked as a trans woman. Like, that is super, super, super dangerous. Trans women experience like the most violence of anyone in our community. Like, that's why I can't use public restrooms. Either like I go boy mode and I go into the men's restroom, committing a crime by doing so. And like, yeah, of course there's potential to be called out. Like, no one's ever called me out in a restroom, but like there is that fear, right? So either I use the men's restroom and I commit a crime, or I use the female restroom, which I am legally required to do, but someone clocks me as a trans woman and calls the police on me or harasses me or assaults me, you know? So like, yeah, I do kind of lump myself in with trans women because like functionally in our actual like lives, like there's not much of a difference between us. Yeah, it's not an issue discriminating based on assigned gender, but rather vibes. There was a joke article where two cisgender women attack each other in a restroom thinking that each other are trans. Yeah. I'm also afraid of using public restrooms even before the laws. Yeah, I mean, it's not like it was not fraught with tension before that. I hate using public restrooms unless there's a gender-neutral bathroom with a, like, door that shuts and locks. There's also a big hole in transphobe logic, which is that many of us, specifically who identify in the binary, only get misgendered online only if we're open about being trans. I mean, it kind of goes both ways. Like, sometimes people pass really well online in their photos, but then in their real lives, they get misgendered a lot. And there's other people, like Mia Moore was saying, that she hasn't been misgendered in her real life in public, going to normal businesses and stuff, for like over a year. She only gets misgendered online by people who know that she's trans. Yeah, imagine that being on your criminal record. A poop criminal. Most public restrooms in the EU are gender neutral and they all have proper doors that lock. This is so easy to solve. Yeah. I mean, that would require a lot of infrastructure update in the United States. Like, most of our restrooms don't have the locks. They have those, like, oh, there's a giant, like, 10-inch gap underneath the door and a nice, like, inch gap on either side of the door. But the way that I've seen this kind of starting to change at the Kansas City airport, which is in Missouri, where they've I think also passed a bathroom law. At the airport, they just took the existing bathrooms where you walk toward them and then the hallway splits and there's a bathroom on the left and a bathroom on the right and they have stalls and stuff in them. They've just relabeled them to all be gender neutral restrooms. Problem solved. Like, there is no criminalizing someone for being in the wrong bathroom if you just relabel it all gender. Bam. Will society survive gender neutral restrooms? No. And good. Anyway, I just thought that was fun. I just thought that was funny. It amuses me. This is how you become immune to misgendering. I think, like, it's like non-binary people in particular just get to a point where half of people say that you're a trans woman and half of people say that you're a trans man. Oh, you obviously look like a man. Or, oh, you obviously look like a woman. Like, and you just can't be perturbed by it anymore. All right, maybe we should put that in the notes. I'll have a fun little segment to put on the channel this week. This upcoming week on the channel is going to be lots of fun segments. Because last stream, we did the James Somerton segment and the Am I the Asshole thing. And then today, we've got this. So over the course of this next week, we're basically going to have 3, like, kind of lighthearted, not even 100% trans-related topics, which is cool. I'm really excited about that. What is today? Is today the 12? Is today May 12? Yes, I remembered what day it was for the first time. For the first time in forever. You can always tell. I would love to sing, but my voice is so ripped right now. James Somerton's Wikipedia page is just a redirect to H. Bomberguy's expose. Oh my god, that's so funny. James is gonna have to just hide his face for the rest of forever. If he ever wants to post online, he's gonna have to pretend to be a different person. Because clearly we're not letting him come back. I get gendered correctly half the time, but they think I'm much younger than I actually am. I always get weird looks when I drink or order alcoholic beverages. I get that too. I saw a, hold on, what was it? Oh, I was on the line. I was on the Transatlantic Call-In show last week, and I mentioned that I'm 30, and someone in the chat was like, oh my god, I thought you were 26 at the oldest. Like, thanks, babe. I am immortal. I am ageless. I am timeless. Yeah, he was thirsting over anime DILFs while being allegedly dead. Hormones are vampire juice. True. James could just get a boring marketing job and stay off the social media. He did not have to do this to himself. Truly. I mean, I'm sure that there are some companies who would love to hire him. No worries, Chewy. Are you talking about this? Are you talking about this shitfest on Twitter? This whole everybody saying I look like a man because someone said that I was a trans woman? Or was there something else? Because I have my mentions off. Like, I only see replies from people who I follow. So if people have been adding me and talking shit on me, I am blissfully unaware. I know, I'm glowing. Oh my god. Yeah. My dad had the same thing. He looked much younger than he was for a long time. The person who posted you trying to compare your likeness to another person blocked me because I called them out for being transphobic and misgendering you. I mean, it was an honest mistake, in my opinion. She corrected herself in the comments. Like, she knows that I am not a trans woman, so I don't think that that's a problem. I wouldn't say that it's transphobic to assume that I'm a trans woman. Like, it's just, like, a mistake. And misgendering me, like, everybody misgenders me. I don't care anymore. I would care if it was, like, someone in my personal life who, like, knows that I'm trans and is deliberately using pronouns that I don't like. But as far as everybody else, like, I don't, like... Why would I care what strangers think about my gender? Drink more water. Where is it? Oh, my water. What did I suddenly start listening to again? People transvestigating me. Being like, that's obviously a man. But listen, it's all in good fun. Oh, it was that they were not honoring the it its pronouns. Listen, I identify with it its pronouns partially because it's kind of confrontational, so like I'm not going to be mad if people use they them. It's like, okay, again, I just don't care anymore. That's when you get to the level where you're using it its pronouns, like you truly don't give a fuck. My pronouns are not any/all, but I'm also like, I'll tell people what my real pronouns are, but I'm not going to like correct you. I don't care. In this very short month so far, RFK Jr. Brainworm, James Somerton's Holgate, Governor Dogkiller, what's next? The bingo card cowers in fear. Oh no. Just like Doe, you permanently hover above the ground and contain all genders. Listen, I'll take a comparison to Doe. I think Doe is really based. I've literally never had a conversation with it. I think it may have retweeted one of my tweets like once, but it doesn't follow me on Twitter and we don't talk, which is unfortunate because Doe is probably one of the coolest people in the space. Yeah, this person, what? I don't even know what their name is. Midnight Chipowski. She uses she/they pronouns and identifies as a demigirl/cisgender. Oh, does Doe reject the concept of person? I didn't think so. I thought that the Doe thing was just like for funsies and is not like their earnest identification. It's not like the wolf person that we know who isn't a person, and I just said the word person and I didn't mean to. I thought that Doe... I didn't think that Doe explicitly rejected the person label, but I don't know. I think transphobes just saw the trans flag in Chip's username and that's why they were determined to call her a man. Yeah. Like I say, you know, they see the trans flag and then they see you with a certain gender presentation and then they just assume that you are the opposite of that. Yeah, I don't think that Doe... I think that Doe does not unironically identify as a trans deer. I think that that's like kind of a joke. But I don't know. Because we're not friends. And also, it doesn't really talk about it that much. Oh no, another white name. Melena's on a mission. She's capping all the white names. Nar. There's a cis woman called Celia who posts a lot on Twitter about endometriosis and also trans rights, and transphobes are always so confused about whether or not to call her a man. Mm-hmm. They never know. They never know. Target eliminated. True, Milena. Chewies, enjoy your green name. Now we're at $110. Look at you. For the first time in forever. Ugh, the impulse to sing after 3.5 hours of talking continuously. Do you want to build a gender? I thought I was so funny. When I recently put out a call in my Discord server looking for new moderators, I was like, do you want to join the mod team? And then I did like a whole verse. And I can't remember all of it right now, but I thought it was funny. I actually feel like I want to go back and look at it real quick. How did it go? I was like, do you want to join the mod team? We'll handle trolls. It's not extreme. We need some help to keep this place in check. Without a mod team, this place would be a wreck. And then that was it. I was like, I don't have the capacity to do more of that, but I was like amused. So, do you want to build a gender? It doesn't have to be a gender. Man, I don't even know if I want to talk about far-right groups today. Maybe we'll just fucking leave it until Wednesday, and then we'll just have, like, the one kind of amusing segment. I mean, frankly, I could probably scope out the whole BPD part of this stream where we talked about, like, borderline and dialectical behavioral therapy. Like, that in and of itself could probably go on the channel. Maybe. I know, vibes. We love the vibes. You might summon them by talking about them. So far, that hasn't worked. I talk about right-wingers a lot on this show, and I've never really summoned them. My regular YouTube videos don't typically hit a mainstream audience. The YouTube Shorts did, but I haven't posted any YouTube Shorts in, like, almost a month because I find that editing them is extremely taxing on my mental health. And so I'm trying to, like, how can I automate as much of this process as possible? And shorts are evil. I mean, frankly, the channel was growing at a faster rate when I was posting YouTube shorts. Why do the shorts go more viral? Because of how it works on the mobile app. Like, you click a short and then it just starts auto-playing shorts and it just, like, keeps going. Excuse me, and you can, like, swipe through them. Like, yeah, the endless scrolling content. So those hit a more mainstream audience because they're trying different things with the YouTube shorts. So I get way more trolls. I get way more people saying, take those fish hooks out of your face. And people commenting on my voice and my appearance. Like, yeah, like I guess it's a couple of things because when I'm editing those, I have to go through the whole video and, like, go, what are some good 15 to 45 second clips that I could pull out of this. So I'm spending more time thinking about the news and all the badness and stuff. And then also after I upload those, there's an increased amount of moderation that I have to do on the channel. And, like, I'm like having to block people constantly. And I try to think, like, oh, that doesn't really affect me that much. But ultimately it does. It's a cumulative drag to have people commenting on there, like, saying shitty things to me about being trans. And it feels like it's endless because they keep making separate accounts. It's like, how many people am I going to have to block before I stop getting, like, 20 transphobes on every short? Also, does not help that I was deliberately titling my shorts in a way that would get chuds to click on them. That was on me. I don't like the shorts format because it feels really unhealthy, but most people seem to like it, so I won't fight them on it. I just really don't like how difficult it is to curate your feed. I only watch occasional YouTube shorts, like, and I don't watch multiples of them. I'll be like on, like, oh, this. You're gonna get to see my YouTube homepage for a second here. Andy Serkis reads Donald Trump tweets as Gollum. I will click that one short and watch that one short, and then I'll go do something else. It turns out I really love Andy Serkis. I've just very recently been like, oh my god. Yes, the provocative shorts did work for the algo. The problem is that it was sending them to, like, people who hated the shit out of me, so. He's been amazing for decades. I know. You know, what really did it for me is, like, okay, I really enjoyed his performances in... Ultron, Age of Ultron, and then Black Panther. He plays Ulysses Claw, and I loved his performance in that. He's got that, like, he really puts his voice down there and uses the vocal fry. Great performance. Loved that. And then, again, as I said at the very top of the stream, I was watching The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi yesterday. And as I was watching The Force Awakens, I was listening to Snoke. And he's got the same thing, deep voice, lots of vocal fry. And I was like, is that fucking Andy Serkis? And then I Googled it, and it was. I'm like, I knew it. So I can recognize his voice now in things. And then I also heard he's in the Planet of the Apes movies, and now I want to go watch those. And I watched the full video, like Andy Serkis reads Donald Trump tweets as Gollum. I watched the full interview video and not the short, actually, originally. And it's so amusing to me that Smeagol just kind of lives in Andy Serkis, waiting to come out at any moment. Yeah. He's just like a really cool dude who I so madly appreciate his acting prowess. That's what it does. Have you seen any of the recent doxing by PNZ? Yeah, I'm aware of the doxing by PNZ. I'm kind of taking a break talking about them, like, officially. I still talk about them on stream as, like, this is a bad example of something. But I'm not really talking about it right now because PNZ have made some legally actionable mistakes, and it seems like some people are going to take legal action against them for the doxing. So I'm just going to let that play out. And if there's another update, after that legal stuff starts to play out, then we'll cover it again. But my point in making my video was, like, we're gonna take this whole series of events and put them in one video. So no worries, I understood what you meant. I'm gonna take all of these different accusations against them and put them in one video and kind of make the point that, like, okay, people who are doing these things are not honest. People who are doing these things are not positive role models. Like, trying to... Because it's so hard to get through all of it. There's so many different accusations. There's so many different things that they've done wrong that I was like, okay, how can we just take all of that? And we sort of narrativized it. Milena and I worked together, and, like, a couple other people, Kreese as well, worked on, how can we put this together? What details are important? What details can we leave out? Like, yeah, one and done is the difference between being a drama channel and just a channel covering the drama. Like, I thought that, Kreese, you worked on it a little bit. Maybe I'm misremembering. But yeah, like, I could have, on numerous occasions, I could have made numerous videos about each individual thing. I could have been like, here's the accusations about No Flake. Here's the accusations about Spawn. Here's this, here's that. Because this was going on for months. It was going on for months. And yeah, I could have been covering it continuously through that entire time. And, I was hoping basically that my video would kind of be the sort of be all, end all. Nothing else needs to be said after this. It's, these are the behaviors, this is the shit that they've done. And I don't need to say anything else after this because I think that the content speaks for itself. And by the content, I mean both the content of the video that is their behavior and everything that I had to say about it. I feel like it speaks for itself. So, yeah. Like, do you think they made it difficult for some trans creators moving forward? No, I don't think so. I mean, keep in mind, y'all, Poppy and Xena's channel only has 10,000 subscribers. And it actually has less than that at this point because they've lost a bunch of subscribers. Like, they don't have relevance in a broader sense. They can't get traction because the only people who are buying their shit are people who are deeply traumatized. And people keep tuning into their live streams the last couple of times that they've tuned in because it's a train wreck. They're not doing, like, the streams are not doing well because they're good content creators. On my video, the comments on that video are like, I always had a weird feeling, or I was watching them and then I stopped because of some specific thing that they were, like, clearly being uncharitable or clearly engaging in bad faith. And it's like, yeah, guys, they were never good. The situation IMO is still niche enough to be a quiet thing, TBH. Yeah, like, we don't need to keep hammering on it. They're doing a good enough job of ruining their own reputation at this point. It was a great jumping off point for me to talk about, like, BPD and my opinions, my expertise on BPD, and, like, calling out how Poppy claims to be an expert in BPD, but she continuously basically handles it in the worst humanly possible way. Yeah, they do not still have a White Leaf site. They openly blackmailed people, and that's a crime. So they were dropped from White Leaf because they committed a crime. So, yeah. I'm now, quote, 4 pings crease on Twitter because Poppy has been hyperfixating on a single line for my final argument in mod chats. True. Yeah, I appreciate, like, I like talking about BPD because I understand it really well. It's my diagnosis. I was in the most good, like, the most targeted evidence-based therapy for it. Like, so I feel pretty comfortable, you know, when someone is out here saying, I am the way that I am because of my BPD, I'm like, yeah, but let's break that down a little bit. Yeah, BPD has a huge stigma because of people using it to excuse their behavior and perpetuating misinformation about it. So, yeah, you know, again, I feel like I've said most of what needs to be said about Poppy and Xena. They still come up during streams sometimes because it's a convenient example of what not to do in numerous different situations. But honestly, that's the most important element that you lent to the commentary. Anyone can give their 2 cents on the drama, but your lived experience and understanding of BPD really elevated it beyond just good coverage to truly important coverage. I appreciate that. There's now dozens of videos, and yours is the most non-drama farming, but the BPD info was really important. Yeah, like, I'm just one person out of many who's covering this, but I'm also, like, the least drama mongering about it. Stardust and Brother Malcolm, like, other drama channels are picking this up. Of course, they can say, oh my god, this is horrible behavior. They can read through Melena's documents and go like, oh my god, what are they doing? But none of them can really expose the specific, okay, you're expressing a symptom of BPD right now. Here's how you should be handling it instead of doing what you're doing. And, like, you claim to be an expert, but you refuse to do the evidence-based treatment and everything. Yeah, it took me a long time to disassociate. Yeah, I get that, Captain, for sure. Captain says, it took me a long time to remove the association between BPD and abusive behavior because of past experiences with exes. Like, I get it. I get it. People with borderline can be fucking erratic. I know. I'm deeply aware that, like, the frantic attempts to avoid abandonment and the emotional dysregulation and the, like, propensity toward addiction and other impulsive behaviors, like, we are difficult to be around sometimes. That's why it's so important for us to take accountability for our behaviors and, like, start using the evidence-based skills to manage those symptoms. Oh, that sucks. Truly in the YouTube chat says, I have people whom I care about who were recently diagnosed with BPD and were quite devastated when they stumbled upon, you mean Poppy and Xena's channel? Because they were thinking that there was no treatment or healing. Oh, that's good to hear. Truly says you truly gave them a lifeline and made them feel hopeful instead of being terrified for their future. That's one of the things that bugs me the most about how Poppy talks about it. Yeah, Milena, like, Poppy's doomerism about BPD can affect other people with BPD. If you're saying, this is just the way that I am, you have to work around me being a huge pain in the fucking ass all the time, and if you expect me to get better, that's ableist, and it's like having a raw, exposed wound, and you're always gonna be like that, you know? Girl, go to therapy. Like, go to DBT, please. Holy cow. A lot of the other people's coverage on this seems superficial. Yeah. I think that I had the best perspective to do the deep dive. I'm not, like, tooting my own horn or anything. President Sunday said you had the best coverage of the Poppy stuff. I have great respect for you both. Sunday bitched about how long my video was and did not finish watching it. I will say, I know people were bitching at President Sunday during the stream that he did where, like, what was it? White Nervosa or Lumi or somebody pointed out that he could have watched my video twice in the amount of time that he was live talking about it. So I'm glad that he gave me that compliment that I had the best coverage. You know, I took those documents and, like, put them into one kind of, we can talk about this sort of thing. Yeah, it was White Nervosa. Truly, over in the YouTube chat, Milena, who helped, she primarily wrote the document that I read in that video. She says, I'm really, really glad that you've seen this alternative view on BPD, and you're welcome to message Ms. Milena on Discord, or your friend is welcome. Whoever you're talking about who, like, the people you know who are diagnosed with BPD, if you need someone to talk to, Milena is open for that. It sounds like you take care to put the behavior before the diagnosis, i.e. I have this behavior and it's one of the things that makes me have BPD versus I have BPD and therefore I have this behavior. Yeah, because doing it the other way doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's not like I'm autistic and that's why I don't understand jokes. That is how that works in that framework, because autism is an inherent thing about your brain. Borderline is just a behavioral disorder. I have this behavior and that is one of the symptoms of BPD. But, like, BPD is a construct that just takes a pattern of behaviors and lumps them into one diagnosis for the ease of treatment. So, yeah, I don't know. Oh, my friend may allegedly be me. Listen, so truly, if you need to, Ms. Milena is open for you to reach out on Discord. There, and now she's posted in the chat so you can see how to spell her name. Isn't autism diagnosed based on, whoa, presentation. Ugh. My hand slipped while I was trying to adjust and put my whole weight on it. Yeah, but it's like, it's not like I don't understand jokes and that's why I'm autistic, you know? It's like I'm autistic and that's why I don't always understand jokes. Milena, why it keeps, like, fucking, it keeps blocking your comments, so you're gonna get the wrench in that chat as well. Congrats. Just so that it stops trying to censor your comments. Yeah, pretty much everything is diagnosed based on symptoms. It's very clear that Poppy does the opposite and treats her BPD like a disability everyone else has to work around. This is what I'm saying. Like, she treats it like it's terminal and, like, you can't fix it, and, you know, asking her to be accountable for her behaviors is a problem somehow. Face sit hierarchy. True. Is autism also a collection of behaviors? As I understand, ADHD is grouped the way it is because of executive function disruptions, but what is the unifying thing of autism? I'm not sure. I've never been diagnosed with autism. I just know for like 100% sure that I have it. I spent like 14 years being like, I'm 98% sure I'm autistic, but I deal with like all the same problems that autistic people do. So at a certain point, trying to say, I'm pretty sure I am, like, most autistic people don't get diagnosed. And frankly, I don't want an official diagnosis because I don't want there to be some kind of clinically documented excuse to take away my children or like prevent me from getting hormone therapy or some shit like that. Like, those are things that you need to be worried about with autism. So like, I don't need an official diagnosis. It's not like it's going to change anything. I'm just going to continue living my life with an official diagnosis. Like, doesn't matter to me. ADHD is also a lot of stuff. There is a whole cluster of symptoms that people with ADHD self-report but aren't part of the diagnostic process because diagnosis is a blunt tool. Yeah. My autism egg cracking was hearing a This American Life episode about someone who realized they had Asperger's as an adult back when it was acceptable to use that term. Literally had to stop what I was doing and sit down to process. My stepmom sent me a graphic when I was like a teenager that was like, here's the female presenting symptoms of autism. Because like that's a concept, is like that women and men present the symptoms differently, which like they kind of do. Just because like certain behaviors are acceptable from boys that aren't acceptable from girls, so females end up like learning certain skills to navigate and mask. And like, yeah, I resonated with those from, again, when I was a teenager. After listening to PZ, it sounded like it like gave me the impression like, so I should break up with my boyfriend, scrap having kids, and go become a hermit so I don't hurt anyone. It's hopeless rhetoric. Yeah. BPD is extremely treatable. Like, it's so treatable. It's easy. I mean, not like easy, but like the path is clear. There is no confusion about what you should do. If you get into the proper treatment program, like there is nothing confusing about the treatment process. For a long time, I was convinced that Kanye had autism. Now he's just got the anti-Semitism. But I am certain he's on the spectrum. Yeah. I don't fucking know, man. I'm thinking about cracking out my my I bought some really nice ear plugs back when I was doing a trade job and I had to work around really fucking loud equipment all the time. And I'm thinking about busting those out again because I realized the other day I was looking at a picture of a flower and I realized that my brain wanted to like slide past it. I recognized it. I was like, that's an iris, and then my brain was like sliding past it. And I was like, I'm going to have a really hard time identifying plants and flowers based on their characteristics if I cannot absorb the detail that I'm seeing. And then that made me think like, am I overstimulated? Like I can't absorb the details of the picture because there's too much information or something. So I am thinking about like just wearing earplugs kind of on a regular basis to see if that helps. A lot of autistic and ADHD people are initially misdiagnosed as bipolar because they just look at the behavioral aspect. Yeah. You have that too, Prosy Rosie, where you're like, I can't absorb the details of this picture. I recognize irises now because I'm like, oh, it's kind of a big floppy flower, but it's supposed to be floppy. Oh no, I'm not covering Mudahar's video. I don't want to get involved. I don't care about that. I have nothing to say about Keffels or Mudahar or whatever. Like, we were talking earlier, Keffels has a lot of bad stuff happen to her a lot, and I don't think it's just because she's unlucky. I think it's because she's a magnet for issues and she causes them and everything. Like, I'm just gonna let her do her thing. Yeah, messy bitch, exactly. Floppy flower, get it some Viagra. Do you wanna build a snowman? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Listen, I said earlier, I have massive respect for the fact that Keffels has gone through a lot of shit, a lot of intense harassment, being stalked, being swatted. That's scary. She had a drug addiction. She went to rehab. Respect. Respect for her getting her shit together. But also, she's a messy bitch, and I don't want to be involved. I'm just gonna let her do her thing. Proud of her. Do her thing. No worries, truly. I think that it's kind of... I don't know if traumatic is exactly the right word, but to find out that you have borderline and then to go try to learn about it. Like, when I started therapy and my doctor diagnosed me with borderline, my therapist diagnosed me with borderline, I think she advised me, or either she advised me or I made the decision, but I decided not to go looking for information from anyone but her. She had been treating BPD for 20 plus years, like since the 90s. And I was like, okay, cool. I'm just gonna trust you on these things because I know when I go Googling about borderline personality disorder, the kind of articles you see are like, it's impossible to be in a relationship with these people. Like, you know, that's like the question in the article. Let me see. Let me do a quick Google. I may not show it to you, but like, I don't know. And of course my searches are gonna be changed by having searched for this before, but like, I guess a lot of these are pretty informational. Okay, cool. Like, a lot of the stuff that I'm seeing is really informational more than anything else, but that's because I've spent years, like, looking at it, you know, looking into it and stuff. But at the time, when I was looking at it, it would be like, can you be in a relationship with someone with BPD? And it's similar when you look up narcissistic personality disorder as well, that they go, you know, can you even be around these people? Is it possible for people with borderline to be in a good relationship? And so there's all this extra stigma. So I can't imagine, you know, finding out that you're borderline and then going to Poppy and Xena's channel and have her tell you that you're gonna be in pain for the rest of your life and there's nothing you can do about it effectively. I think that would be really harmful. I think that would be so painful. So I get it, you know, kind of working through, you know, the idea that you are inherently a toxic person. That's so tough with a diagnosis like BPD. The idea that you'll never get better and that your partners and your family and they're all gonna have to always deal with you being unfucking hinged. Yeah, is that what the kind of thing that she says? Yeah, go ahead and send people these 10 articles and 2 books and tell them to start seeing a therapist to make sure they know how to navigate dating you. Yikes. That's what she sent to Snowflake? Ugh. Yeah, so... again, I'm not gonna keep posting content about her. If it comes up during the stream, of course we'll talk about it because it matters a lot to counter these narratives. It's really important. It's not a stun lock. This is just what my stream is like. I think it's a stun lock when you are trying to talk about something else and you get distracted talking about a different thing. Lots of articles on literally any cluster B disorder is all doom post fear-mongering stuff with very little thought about the person who actually has the disorder as opposed to the people around them. Yeah. What are there like 3 cluster B disorders? What are the other... It's just histrionic personality disorder and narcissism, right? Oh, there's 4. What's the 4th one? Antisocial personality disorder. Okay, yeah. Okay, I always forget about that one. Mm-hmm. And I don't know a lot about either of those other 2. Like, I know that some aspects of borderline can also display in narcissism, like narcissistic personality disorder, but I don't know a lot about the other 2. No, we're not specifically talking about Nightwild. So how can Lucy get on the line and when will it be? I don't know when I'm gonna be on the line next. As of right now, I basically only come on the line when Katie Montgomery cancels the day before. And then I agree to go on the line. I think eventually they're kind of talking about potentially bringing me on as a regular host, so I'm not sure when that's going to happen. I need to call Jimmy this week and kind of hammer out the details. I don't think any of these have quite as bad a reputation as antisocial personality disorder. Yeah. Now I've just got do you want to build a snowman stuck in my head. Unfortunately for me, my sister has BPD and NPD and is unmedicated and isn't trying to get help. As far as I know, there are no medications that are meant for either of those disorders. It's a therapy-only kind of thing. Which is why I struggled for such a long time. I literally spent, like, 7 years being put on a bunch of different fucking antidepressants because I was seeing a clinician who, like, never looked into it any further than that. Like, I've been on medications that you really do not want to be on because I was just desperate for something to work. Because turns out my problems were PTSD and BPD, which are both, like, therapy-only treatments. I feel like my care was extremely mishandled throughout, like, my entire early 20s. So, like, you know, speaking to the whole, like, I feel like I used to be really erratic. It's like, yeah, partially because I was on a bunch of different meds periodically that, like, were not helping. Is there a statistic for the comorbidity of PTSD and BPD, purely out of curiosity? That's a good question. There are only 2 existing community studies assessing PTSD and BPD comorbidity. One found that 10% of individuals with clinically significant PTSD symptoms also had BPD, while the other found that 34% of individuals with BPD also had PTSD. So we haven't studied this very much. There is a comorbidity, but those 2 studies do not show an overwhelming comorbidity. Just so everybody knows, we're kind of about to wind down, but I would like to say, if you're not aware, we have a channel in the Discord server called Feed the Dragon, and it is my intention for y'all to post pictures of animals, or so pictures or videos of animals or food there as offerings to me, the dragon. And that can be like a segment that we do on the show sometimes. Like right now, we're kind of ready to wind down, and now would be a perfect time to do Feed the Dragon. But there's not really much in there, so It's also reliant on being professionally diagnosed with both, for sure. Like, a person who's being assessed for PTSD might not be assessed for BPD, and the same the other way around. And also, like, some clinicians avoid diagnosing you with BPD because of the stigma surrounding it. It's about time for me to go sell my blood anyway. Yeah, doing plasma on the weekends. The worst part about the stigma against antisocial personality disorder is that people have been fooled into thinking that these people are like CEOs when actually most of them destroy their own lives and are, if anything, impossible to work with and not at all successful. Yeah. I would assume that NPD is more prevalent among like CEOs, but I could also imagine some clinicians ignoring one for the other. Yeah, for sure. Isn't a traumatic event the core cause of BPD, trapping the person in that event in perpetuity? No, that would be more like PTSD, I think. Borderline is caused by some combination of a natural sensitivity, a natural emotional sensitivity, plus usually kind of neglect or abuse or invalidation more. So it's actually pretty common. So my therapist who treated BPD exclusively, like that was her deal, she ended up treating a lot of trans people because a lot of trans people have BPD symptoms because of the like deep and wild invalidation involved with growing up trans in our society. So, yeah, it's just like, it's an emotion regulation disorder and a behavioral disorder where, you know, you just have like outward expressions of emotions that are like not really appropriate. But yeah, it's treatable, super treatable. Do you want to build a snowman? It's a really sad song, actually. Wait, hold on. Do you want to feed the dragon? True. I've always been told the misconception that BPD is impossible to treat too, but it seems more like most therapists are not willing to work with BPD patients. Where's the Feed the Dragon channel? It's in the Kobold Central. Kind of far down there. Maybe I should move it. I thought about moving it. Yeah, so there's, so the reason that there's like a clinicians hate BPD kind of thing going on is that, back in the 90s, I was in a very famous TV show, and therapists were trying to treat borderline patients with CBT, and CBT actively makes like BPD symptoms worse. And so then the people with BPD, their behavior was getting worse, and they would drop out of treatment. So they were being considered what's the word? Non-compliant. They were being considered to be non-compliant. And so you ended up with these therapists who started believing on the whole that people with BPD were not treatable. Apparently Poppy constantly pops CBD gummies. I also saw someone allege that Poppy purchases Schedule 1 psilocybin mushrooms, but I don't know if that's true. But yeah, so you ended up with this idea that clinicians would assume that people with borderline are just untreatable. They refuse to do the treatments. They refuse to be treatable, not realizing that your treatment is actually making them worse. So that's why Marsha Linehan developed dialectical behavioral therapy to try to like figure the shit out. Oh no, I meant CBT. Did I say CBD? I meant CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. I didn't mean CBD. Sorry. Sometimes I don't enunciate very well. Sometimes I'm sorry. Yeah, so that's why clinicians have this idea that people with borderline suck. She's been open about using hallucinogens to explore her mental issues. Yes. Americans love to voice their T's and turn them into D's. It's true. Water. You ever think about the word water? We don't pronounce it with a T. Water. Water. Press that like button. Water. Water, 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 water. What's that really old joke? Like, what's Bruce Lee's favorite beverage? Water. 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 Somnio, you've not heard the Bruce Lee joke before? Oh no, it's such a boomer and I love that joke. Yeah, it's an old one, but it's an oldie but a goodie. The British don't pronounce the T at all. True, the glottal stop. Water. Bottle. I feel like this has been a very fruitful discussion. We have 152 likes, which is amazing. I haven't even asked for likes in a while. What about one last burst? One last burst if you haven't already hit the like button. But I'm pretty much ready to, like, get some lunch. I think that it's probably time for me to get some lunch and go to the bathroom again. Hit Feed the Dragon hard. I'll have it prepped for Wednesday. Do we want to do a burst of dicks right at the end of the show? Dicks, 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 dicks. It's like the Shots song, but with dicks. Everybody! Recently, I was starting a segment about serious segment, and y'all were just dicks, 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 dicks in chat. I'm like, I'm starting my show, and there's just a bunch of rainbow dicks over here. And then I uploaded that to my channel. There we go. Yes, thank you, Milena. Nice. This is the packer that I made myself. I need to do it again and make it skin color. And it doesn't really need this flap. I was like, this is a flap. It's gonna make it so I can attach it to my underwear. Wah, 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 wah. I think if I made it flesh colored, it would be a little bit more dicey to show it on stream, though. Because YouTube would be like, eh. But this is a red one. I'm a unicorn. This is how you get banned from YouTube. True. This is called the chin strap. You know? Alright, I'm gonna stop fucking around now. I'm gonna leave. I'll get out of here. This was a good show. I think that changing the show from news and politics to entertainment instead is helping us get more people in here. Yeah, if your jaw was sore before. If you're new joining the Discord, feel free to go in the voice chat, say hello. Yes. So, I am planning to see you all again on Wednesday. That's the plan. Unless something critical happens, in which case, pray for me. Alright. Be good, or at least, don't get caught.